Welcome back, Saints Nation, to a loaded day today, and I am Patrick Smoke Chambers, joined by Evan Johnson, and we are starting off tonight strong with some CRL. Round 5 for us, at least, because we are 2 and 2 going into tonight, as we are going to be taking on Concord, who surprisingly are 0-3, though their losses have come in really expected fashion. I know we were kind of breaking it down a little bit earlier, but just surface thoughts right now, Evan, breaking down this matchup. We were just casting some St. Clair games last night for NACE. Tell me what they look like coming into this one.
The biggest thing that really stands out to me is that this is a big game, not just for Concord, but for St. Clair as well.
Yeah.
You know, Concord coming in 0-3, they're still looking for their first win of the CRL fall split, so they're going to be hungry to get into that win column. But St. Clair as well, this is a big game for them. You're 2-2 right now. You've dropped a couple games early. You can't afford to go 2-3 when you're hunting for a playoff spot. Right now, we're in that fringe position of 5th place, you know, fighting with Northwood to get into that top echelon to make it into the later stages of CRL. So this is a really big game, especially when you have some really important and bigger ones coming up later in the season. So both teams I'm really going to expect to come out firing tonight.
Yeah, absolutely, right? We already broke down their other wins as well, such as the ones against Baylor, right? These are some big names that you want to make sure you have under your belt. We know that there are going to be games coming up after, Evan. We were just talking about their next couple of matchups as well after this one against Concord, but the whole point is sitting at 2-2. We broke down that basically looking at the next 4 matchups, St. Clair could totally win those, right? So, again, looking at the standings right now, I believe they're currently in 5th. As it stands right now, they could totally climb. They just have to play the situation right. I will say, this is not going to be no Bruton Parker matchup here. Concord, definitely a stronger opponent against what we saw in NACE earlier last night. So, when we really look at how it took our green team 5 games to get ahead of Bruton Parker, are there any sort of worries that you have in terms of how they might be performing?
I think the only thing that really worries me is just the length of the series last night. And it wasn't just taking Bruton Parker to Game 5. It was another series on top of that. It was a doubleheader for the guys last night. So that might be an issue, but with the level that these guys are playing at, I really can't see fatigue being an issue. They know what's in front of them. They've been in this position before. They're not unfamiliar with CRL competition, so they should be ready to come out against a really good team. And again, they're going to have to be ready because Concord is going to be coming out firing, but our green team has got a pretty good chance. They got a pretty good lineup, but we're going to meet them right now. It's the usual, the Holy Trinity, Arju, Sai, and Jazzy. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that for St. Clair. And we were talking about Sai specifically. I mean, he has just been on an absolute heater lately. Had some insane goals from last night. He took home our MVP in the Bruton Parker series. He's going to be a really big piece of the puzzle tonight for St. Clair.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was just on an absolute dominant performance last night in terms of shooting, being in the right spots to create offensive pressure when Bruton Parker and LCU least expected it. Somebody who I did want to mention was Arju. We were talking about him a little bit earlier, right? Had a little bit of a quieter night in terms of scoring, but that being said, he did the number one thing that I honestly think is important for him to be doing in St. Clair, and that is basically creating the offense, curating, being the catalyst for all of that, right? The build-up play immediately all starts with him. Tell me the amount of times we see him take a ball from the back third, right, and just carry it downfield. And whether he's trying to find a pass to a pre-jumping Jazzy or Zai, right? It doesn't necessarily matter. The whole point is he's burning time and he's able to get that ball into a troublesome position. We saw it happen multiple times for LCU and Bruton Parker, and they weren't able to deal with the follow-up offense. And again, right, when you have someone like Zai or Jazzy shooting off of a carry from Arju, I mean, it could literally come from anywhere, and that's why this offense is so dangerous.
Yeah, you talk about Arju having a quiet night, but it's a team game, right, Patrick? You know, everybody is contributing in their own way, and I mean, if Arju is going to be the one who plays a bit more of a support role in that situation, but it leads to a win, I don't think there's going to be any problem with that. At least I don't think the team is going to have any issue with that. But it would be nice to see, like you said, Sai continue on this heater tonight. You know, get Arju and Jazzy involved. I think we're going to see a full team effort tonight. I mean, they're going to have to be ready because, like we said, this is going to be
without a doubt
a much tougher opponent than Bruton Parker. And this, you know, this is CRL. You know, this means a lot. There's a lot riding on these games, so they better be ready to go. I mean, you know, it doesn't get get any bigger than this.
Right. I mean, Maryville's not in this right anymore, and what we're looking at first place was that 10K in winnings prize
not
pool,
bad.
just simply for first.
Bad.
I mean, it's pretty damn good. It's really exciting, and I will say that again, these guys should be pumped up for this and treating this one more important than any other game that they've played so far, and that's how it's got to be for CRL, right? Somewhere that I want to talk about where the Saints could be facing troubles. We were literally just casting them last night again, and I think that when we look at the matchup that they played against Bruton Parker, I want to talk about where they struggled and why they struggled. And we saw this a little bit from LCU as well. LCU being a team that usually starts off slow and then builds as the series goes on. And yes, while we did 3-0 sweep them, there were times where they started to claw their way back in Game 3, and we knew, okay, this could actually be a bad series if we throw this matchup to them for that Game 3. Didn't happen, thankfully, but Bruton Parker series, it got exposed a lot more, and that is that our defense is having a hard time dealing with interference when the first man in the opposing rotation decides to just make a play on the back line, whether it's trying to find a bump, demos, boost steals. We have been, not necessarily boost steals, but we have been susceptible to a lot of bumps and demos recently, right? I think about Bruton Parker and really Cass being the main one to really get that one going. Manny would find himself in really awkward areas to set up people like Milk, right? So again, we saw this Bruton Parker team really collapse on St. Clair on the defensive end, and they weren't necessarily ready. St. Clair, usually a team that I've talked about in the past being a little more weaker and susceptible to giving up counterattacks, right? But Bruton Parker showed, even in build-up offense, where St. Clair is usually a lot easier and more in control, they definitely have some initiators that can go out there and make the offense work for them.
Yeah, and those mistakes that you're talking about, you cannot afford to make those against a team like Concord. They are absolutely going to expose you on all sides. You know, you talked about Concord and some of the players that they have on their side. You know, Seamus and Crispy, those are your two heavy hitters. Those are going to be your two big stars. Helix, you know, might be considered the weakest of the trio, but just because someone is the weaker link doesn't mean they don't have a role. You were talking about that Helix sometimes could be used as a bit more of a flex player, somebody who can be sneaky aggressive in certain situations. So St. Clair's got a lot on their plate tonight. They're going to have a lot of guys they're going to keep an eye on, and these plays that they have, you know, where they're giving up these holes in the defense they just can't afford to make, you know, really going to be important for them to lock down and get this done clean. And we're going to talk to the team directly to see what their game plan is for Concord. We got Jazzy on the interview. James, welcome to the show. How are you feeling tonight? Big match against Concord tonight.
Hi, yeah. Big matches tonight for sure. Two of them even. Definitely the decider of the first split so far today, I would say. So very big matches, yeah.
Yeah, you know, again, we mainly just want to be covering the Concord one for right now. If you want, I can ask you a question about Cumberland later, but for right now, looking at Concord, right, this is the start of to potentially go 3-2, maybe 4-2 on the night, right? You guys haven't had the greatest start to CRL, at least for your guys' standards, seeing as how you literally won it last time. So again, you know, I honestly picked up a couple weaknesses from what I saw last night from Bruton Parker. Was that just kind of fatigue? I know you guys had a long day coming into it, and do you think those issues have kind of carried over a little bit, or do you think you've had those mostly solved out?
We definitely have them solved out. Like, every day is a new day, right?
Absolutely.
So yesterday, yes, it was sort of fatigue. It was a late game. Today, it's sooner. We're more ready. We warmed up properly. Tonight is going to be a way better day than yesterday, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to say another thing, right? I've usually seen you guys scrim Concord. They are a known scrim partner for you guys in the past. When you do scrim them, right, and when you have played them, what is for you guys the biggest weakness that you are looking to exploit tonight throughout their gameplay that you've been a part of?
The biggest weakness, I think, is they tend to overcommit on times, for sure. And we have to just be confident, play like a team. Abuse when they overcommit, and be fast when it happens.
Absolutely, and I want to talk about Sai. We were just talking about in the pre-show how big he was last night for you guys. Such a huge role in that win last night in both series. How important is him to stay hot tonight and just be that sort of catalyst for the offense?
Definitely very important. Like, he has insanely good mechanics, and I hope he's feeling very good on the day, so he can be the offensive power fire he usually is. Yeah.
Well, I think we're also hoping for the same result. And
yes.
Just kind of one more question. You kind of mentioned it earlier. Another series coming up after this against Cumberland. It's another doubleheader for you guys, another long night. How are you guys going to make sure you stay fresh after this series going into Cumberland?
Probably just taking a break after the series, just going out, enjoy some fresh air, get locked in again. But for now, step one is Concord, so we will worry about Cumberland after the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, I think that's how you have to treat that, but thank you so much for taking the time out of your day, Jazzy, and hopefully your warm-ups go good, and looking forward to see you out on that pitch.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, always a class act, James himself, and again, I do have to say that he's taking it the right way. Yes, you've got a doubleheader tonight, but for now, you have to worry about who's first on paper for you guys on Concord. We have a doubleheader tonight. After this one, we're going to be doing some Valorant as well versus Winthrop, but we'll touch on that a little bit later as well. Getting into some predictions, right? St. Clair, I have pointed out their weaknesses. Jazzy says that he has, the team believes that they have fixed that coming into tonight. A lot of fatigue could be the issue from that one, but again, what do you make of all of this, Evan?
I think I agree with James and his confidence. I'm feeling the same way. I like the vibe that they got going on tonight. Like you said, maybe it was just fatigue yesterday. It was a long day. Arju was he just wanted to go home last night, man.
He did. We were talking to him
really
before.
Wanted
yes.
to go home and just get this done. But I think with today being a new day, like Jazzy said, it's CRL. Bigger stakes on the line. I think they are going to lock in, but Concord still has the ability to be disruptive and potentially take a game out of it. So I'm going to say St. Clair is going to take it, but it's going to be in 4.
Yeah, man. It is tough because Concord, they have definitely given us runs for our money in the past. They have taken series off of us in the past. Any team in CRL, if you look at the actual team list throughout, those 8 teams, all stacked, all can take games and series off of anybody given the right day. So again, Rocket League, right? I've talked to a lot of players. A lot of them say that it's almost 60 to 70% mental, how you're doing on the day, and 30% of it is really just that honed skill that you have been working on for so damn long. So again, it's usually off of more of a power ranking, and it's off of momentum. It's a game driven by mental. I think these guys, given that it's an earlier start, it's going to help them out a lot more.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is that we talked about how desperately Concord needs to win tonight. So I think that's going to be extra motivation for them to come out firing and to try and make a statement tonight. Like you said, St. Clair does have weaknesses that are known. They aren't in the top tier of CRL right now. They are sort of one of the mid teams. They still have talent, but they're about midway in the standings right now. So if you're Concord, maybe it's like, oh, maybe we can take advantage of that. Maybe we can be the underdog tonight and try and play spoiler for a team that's also looking to get a big win. But we're going to predict no longer. It is time to get things rolling here. CRL, St. Clair Green, and Concord. Let's get it started.
Man, I was going to say immediately Concord with a shot attempt right off the kickoff. And this is going to be something that I talked about earlier against Bruton Parker. Kickoffs were another area where St. Clair seemed a little bit weak, but this time, bar down might be the talk of the discussion, but no, it's going to be saved back out. Zai just couldn't land that one in St. Clair. They're going to have to wait a little while longer.
Well, it almost was the magic man, Zai, getting it done, but another one of those goals or attempts that just doesn't find its way in. We saw a lot of those last night. Saints are really going to have to clean those up if they're hoping to get this done in 3-0 fashion. You can't afford to leave some gimme goals on the table, especially with a good team like Concord, because they're going to be able to respond quickly.
Absolutely they will now, as Simas going to try to get a bump out to delay the shooter on net, but now it's going to be Zai to try to take it around his own. Jazzy going to whiff there, and now Crispy is trying to drive this one down. Zai, good job of just breaking that one up, leaving this one easy for Arju, who's going to go for a ground pinch, and it's going to be cleared back out by Helix. Both teams trying to just fight for some midfield possession.
Yeah, it definitely is game one rust coming through here. Both teams just trying to feel the other one out and wait for those opportunities to come to them. Some good shot attempts on both sides, but nothing finding its way home, as now St. Clair trying to put some more pressure into Concord's zone. Crispy does try and get that clear, but does not go his way. Jazzy with the shot, but Helix with a big save to keep St. Clair off the board.
Man, and so composed, making sure that he just sticks to that near post, able to get that low save, and it was a great shot there from Jazzy. Seamus putting one on target, but it's going to be cleared back out as well. Demo downfield will be able to free up St. Clair players, and now moving down in transition, Jazzy going to see if he can try to start a bump. It's going to be Seamus who leaves it actually for Crispy, but it's a little bit of a miscommunication. Jazzy has the beat to the ball, or sorry, Arju, and he's going to be able to make that pass as well as Zai, already lurking in the back third, able to slot this one through.
And that's just pure patience on the side of Zai. Like you said, bit of a miscommunication from Concord there, and St. Clair took advantage of that. Leads to an easy goal for St. Clair. Really good start for them so far. Concord's been able to put some pressure in their own zone, but St. Clair has really been able to dominate possession early so far. Really good key to their victory potentially tonight.
Yeah, and again, right, you have this first strike advantage. You can just try to play possession now, and they're such a good team of doing just that. Jazzy reset, trying to go under one, but it's going to have to be left off to Arju, getting contested on the wall, and he's going to have to be called off by Zai. Decent pass down midfield is Jazzy. Going to leave it once again for Zai. This being shelled out by Helix. A player whose name sometimes doesn't get called out just nearly as much as the other two, but give him the space and he can definitely create just as well. Jazzy off the ceiling, trying to find a flip for a dunk. It's going to be left out to Arju, and offense, the name of the game for St. Clair. Off the ceiling, can they deliver? No, saved out by Crispy.
It's been really clean on offense for St. Clair tonight. You can see how they're able to start these offense possessions once Concord tries to get a clear out. St. Clair has done a really good job of keeping it in Concord's end and not going for anything too flashy. They're just trying to make it as simple as they can to find these good opportunities and come up with something, with some shot attempts in their own end. But still gonna have to clean things up a little bit because now Concord on the attack, but St. Clair's defense so far, knock on wood, has been fairly stout.
Yeah, it has. I was gonna say defense on Concord yet to be tested in this past minute all too much is now Crispy going to be able to at least get that pass downfield. Arju going to break up the offense. Sai already pre-jumping for what would have been a disgusting redirect, but it's going to be left back off to Crispy. Good job to use the flick to try to get in position for a 50, but it will not go down, and now all of a sudden CMAS has to try to clear this one out. Will be successful in that notion is now Zai. What can you get on the midfield, sir? I was going to say, don't believe that reset went down. He has to try to go for another 50. Can he dunk two? Potentially, yes, but Concord, they stay composed for now. Got to rally the troops back on the lower third.
Yeah, you can tell St. Clair's really trying to get something out of this possession right now. They're waiting for their perfect time to strike. Concord doing a good job at delaying that attempt, but St. Clair might be able to get it done with just one goal in this one. Their defense has been the hero so far, but can their offense give them just a bit more of a safety cushion?
It's a great demo
to secure this. Like you said, good demo there, and Helix is going to take advantage of it. That third member of the Concord trio making his name known. Concord tying it up 1-1, and this is something we saw last night as well. St. Clair with the lead for most of the game, and then losing it or getting tied up late in the game. Still need to clean up some of those mistakes we saw yesterday.
Well, again, a one-goal lead against a Concord team that's on point is never going to be enough to get comfortable. I'll tell you what, though, an Arsenal flip reset into a fake from Jazzy, a dunk. I was going to say left off to Zai. A play like that from James will be able to definitely put a team like Concord on ice, as it would to anyone. Great answer and a good response from St. Clair. They reestablish their lead of 1:34 left on the clock.
No, and you said it perfectly there. That's a great response. I mean, you were dominating this game for the majority of it. Then you give Concord just one chance to get back into it, and they make the most of it. Good way to take that momentum back on your side and hopefully secure the first game victory. Just have to clean up these last couple seconds. Make sure you get Concord out of your zone. Just delay as much as you can, and then you're on to game two.
Yeah, and again, right, St. Clair, they just have to watch out these final 8 seconds. You want to have the first man on Concord extending for a boost and maybe to get a bump downfield would free up your shooter, but doesn't look like it's going to happen as Concord just trying to play this one up high, cannot let the ball touch the ground, and this pass has to go down midfield. Jazz, he's just going to sit there and try to dunk it, but it hasn't gone his way. This time it's over one, but this ball is going to stay up off the ricochet on wall. It should be Arju to control it, though, and barring a little bit of a touch over a boostless Helix, will do it all for game one.
Yeah, I mean, just a simple, clean win in game one. Doesn't need to be too fancy. Sai, once again, coming up big for St. Clair, and complete team effort. Like you said, the possession was the real story. I mean, they just completely dominated that side of the game. Concord, yes, they were able to make the most of the one mistake that St. Clair made, but for the most part, it was just St. Clair playing with Concord and just dominating time and possession and just passing it back and forth, getting back on defensive time. The rotations have been really clean so far. Definitely looking really, really locked in so far.
Yeah, they definitely do. I do want to point out, though, the goal, right, that Concord scored. Again, it's off of running some interference, right? I believe it was Simas who cuts upfield and immediately lets that ball fly over his head in order to set up Helix for the shot. He goes through, I believe, Demo's Zai. I'd have to check the VOD again, and then almost bumps Arju as well. So, again, a really good play there from the first man in rotation from Concord, and it gives them a goal, right? And that was something last night that, we saw. St. Clair, they're a little bit liable to that. They're not really good at avoiding demos and bumps, at least in recency. So, again, if we're just talking about what's relevant, that's the storyline, right? Concord, they need to try to extend more as first man, cutting rotations and getting into awkward positions for St. Clair defenders coming off the far post. That is going to be what gives them opportunities. For right now, St. Clair, they got to see if they have a way to counter that. But we'll find out in game two as this one goes on.
Yeah, another early shot attempt coming out of St. Clair. I like that they're staying aggressive coming into game two. We even saw a demo coming in from Arju as well. Maybe St. Clair's trying to run some interference like Concord was throwing at them in game one. That might pay off in the long run for them, but St. Clair still trying to run the field right now. Back in Concord's end, Helix trying to get it back out. All three members of St. Clair trying to make it back in time. Arju is going to cut off that attempt from Helix and save it back out. Back to midfield, but Concord still pressuring.
I mean, man, Helix, I don't know if that was necessarily planned, but we take a little bit of RNG, even if it wasn't. It was a decent shot opportunity, but sadly just not quick enough, as now St. Clair trying to delay again in the midfield. It's a huge boost pickup from Helix. He'll be able to rotate far post and be able to stop this St. Clair attack back on defense. There it is. He's going to have that clear out to CMAS, and because he takes a mid boost, we see how just, demanding all of that boost is. Once you have it, you really can make a play later on in the future, and that just proves that Concord, they're making sure that they watch all of those pads.
I've been really impressed with how Concord's been able to disrupt some of these plays that St. Clair is trying to make work. We're so used to seeing them run these very high-flying aerial plays, but Concord's done a good job at negating these big attempts from St. Clair. Not as strong offensively as we saw in game one. Still need to find some answers on offense, but still a lot of time left as Jazzy finds Sai in midfield, but the ball does get contested back out now in the hands of Concord once again as Jazzy sending it back into Concord's zone. Sai does find it in the air with a shot attempt, but CMS is going to be there on the left side and gets it cleared as Jazzy does get demoed once again. But kind of a story we've seen from this game. It's been very back and forth so far. Nobody really finding an opening. There hasn't really been a big shot attempt or a big miss so far in this one.
Man, I was going to say, but the more times that you have both of these teams just launching long balls, we know how good St. Clair are at trying to get to a pre-jump, right? To a shot out of nowhere. Crispy was able to at least break the one-up that we saw about 30 seconds ago, but it's only a matter of time before one team starts to get some passes flowing. I was going to say Arju still staying on ball. He has a shooter downfield that is Jazzy, but he's going to have to rotate and play some shadow defense. Does well on that notion. Now Arju going to leave this one out to Zai. It's a little bit of a weak shot, but more or less to just relieve a little bit of pressure that they were taking on is now St. Clair with two players who had relatively full tanks as Simas cutting up in rotation. This should be a shot on net, and what do you know? It's again the same story. Concord find a demo, and a goal results in it.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do when you're down a man and you just have it wide open? Nobody from St. Clair is able to get back in time after that demo. Just unfortunate for St. Clair, but that is how it goes. Concord with a opening goal less than halfway left in this game as St. Clair only has 2 minutes to find an equalizer to potentially force overtime, but got to focus on getting that first one. Concord's defense has been much more stout in game two. They definitely cleaned up a lot from their first game, and now they're putting more attempts on the net as that one does miss on the side. St. Clair is going to get possession back through midfield. Crispy up in the air, doesn't find that one, but Concord is able to regain control and set it back into St. Clair's end.
Yeah, and now St. Clair, and more than just that, Jazzy trying to work the midfield. This one's a little bit awkward though. Arju, quick save, and he's got to be composed, using his flip very well against the backboard. Can try to force load a little bit of a clear. Is Jazzy going to be the next one to get back to this? There's no way. I was going to say that he gets a touch in recovery, and it actually almost pinches over to Arju as well. So some quick, unexpected offense from St. Clair, but only a minute to go, and they have to build up fast here, Evan.
Yeah, the big thing I'm noticing is that very low scoring in this series so far. Both teams have been able to disrupt the other one very well. Just unfortunately, St. Clair blinked first in game 2, and now they still have to scramble to try and find this equalizer. But some good attempts in Concord's end. That last attempt just narrowly missing that pinch, like you said, just didn't go St. Clair's way, and not much time left to try and get something going here. Jazzy is going to try and take it up himself, but Seamus is there to intercept and disrupt whatever play he was trying to cook up. Now back on the end, Jazzy does find a demo on a Crispy, see if they can take advantage of that man advantage, but Helix still going to keep it in control for Concord. The Seamus getting it down into St. Clair's end, but it's clear from Jazzy. One last attempt for St. Clair. 8 seconds left. Sai flying in. Doesn't find the net there. Crispy with a big save. Seamus going to clear it. That is most likely going to do it. Concord with a 1-0 victory in Game 2 to even up this series.
And again, like I said, right, Concord, a team that can completely take you to 5. This win, you know, given that they're 0-3 in CRL, this win for St. Clair was not guaranteed coming into this. Me and you talked about it, right? Do not let the record fool you. These top 8 are all capable of taking games off of each other just like that. If you're willing to give any team in this top 8 an inch, they're going to go ahead and take a mile. So really well done there from Concord. I pointed out again before we even got into the game that demos are going to be the name of the game from Concord, especially mentioned Seamas cutting rotation as first man and going upfield to find that interference, and that's exactly how they won it, right? So again, Concord, they must be listening to us because they've definitely taken notes now. They knew that this is the formula coming in, and it's working out for them. St. Clair, again, it's just as of relevancy. They're just not good at avoiding the shots that come from these plays being generated, right? Some teams are better at avoiding bumps and demos than others. St. Clair right now, as of the past 2 weeks, they've just been in a little bit of a rough patch. Another area where they've been particularly weakened as well is kickoff. 2 games in a row where we've seen Concord get quick shots off of the kickoff. It's a 3rd time straight now as well. So St. Clair, they've gotten away from it this time, but they still need to find a clear out.
Yeah, they have to be thankful that that one didn't go in because, like you said,
that's
kickoff has been one of their weaknesses, and that would have been just a really deflating way to start Game 3. As you know, now, I mean, every game in the series is big, but obviously a lot more stakes on the line in this one. That 2-1 advantage, so big in these best-of-3 series, but St. Clair now has a chance to answer and find a goal that they sorely lacked in Game 2. You'd really like to see the offense explode in this one, see that offensive capability that we know St. Clair is capable of, this high-flying, high-scoring offense, but you can't do that. You can't let Helix have a wide-open net and let Concord take a 1-0 lead.
Man, I just feel bad for Zai. Just went up a little bit too quick. Ball came at him a little faster than he anticipated, and you know, everyone makes those mistakes, but in this big of a stage, they can cost you so much. As now St. Clair, they have to fight momentum coming back the other way. That's an amazing save from Jazzy. It was almost an incredible double. This one more than likely going to go through, but Arju denies. But all of these saves from St. Clair forlorn for nothing in the end of time, as such incredible defensive capability coming out. Jazzy almost got to that one again, but it goes to show you that regardless of how immaculate a save is, follow-up offense is always the key to putting on pressure. Concord establishing a safety net of 2.
Man, what are the chances that we got 2 shot attempts? I mean, Helix adding another one there. I can't even talk about that last goal because Helix is just doing it all himself in this one. I mean, a solo effort right off the backboard. I mean, that's
such a disgusting
basically
angle.
a side goal that we saw from last night, that disgusting angle using the hood of his car to just dunk that one in. I mean, St. Clair, blink and you miss it. You're already down 3 in the biggest game of this series so far. I mean, you talked about a team just exploding with offense. You were hoping it would be St. Clair, but so far, Concord's been the one to do it.
And I mean, give all credit to them. That's, again, coming off of kickoff, right? St. Clair just susceptible to giving up shot opportunities off of that reset, and it's just an area of the game where you have to have down against these teams, or, they're just going to completely dominate you in that facet. So now St. Clair, got to think about what's to come later, though. You can't really hang your head about whether a kickoff was bad or not. We're still in the server, and there's still 3 minutes to go here, Evan. So, again, game far from over, but St. Clair, they're really going to start getting their heads in the offensive zone if they want to get a comeback.
Well, they're going to have to start now, because the longer you let Concord just delay and run out time, the harder it's going to be to get back into this series. I really need to see a good shot attempt coming from the Saints, and that is exactly what it looks like. Arju finally gets a goal for St. Clair, gets them on the board, and that's exactly the way he had to do it. Doesn't have to be too fancy or too flashy, just a simple setup from Arju, or from Sai to Arju on the left side. Doesn't get easier than that, but still got some work to do.
And pay attention to Jazzy as well, who cut in rotation as first man, coming through the far post, made Helix have to get out of the way just from the threat of bump, right? So it cleared the lane for Arju to make the pass down. And again, St. Clair, right? This is good offense from them. I was just about to talk about how, St. Clair on offense, we haven't seen the demos really come through. I believe just one from earlier. This is a really good build-up offensive play for Concord, and they reestablished their safety net of 3 in the blink of an eye. Look at Crispy just making Jazzy have to jump. Simas already knows he's used both of his flips, so he's basically just a fish out of water. Go under him, it's going to be no problem, as Concord doing well in that 1-2 play.
Yeah, unfortunately, just kind of breaking size ankles there. Just not much you can really do. And yeah, Concord with another response. I mean, you talk about how crucial it would be for St. Clair to find an answer. That one just missing. Another shot attempt from Arju that just doesn't find its way in. Those are the kind of goals that you need to get to find some life in this series, because right now, I mean, you got 1:59 left to get 3 to even force overtime. I mean, it's looking fairly dire for St. Clair in the second game if they can't find anything in a possession within the next, 20 seconds at least.
Yeah, most definitely. I was going to say, as Helix is trying to drive it through the midfield, Concord, they don't necessarily have to be piling on goals. They're just looking, if anything, to just do more of this to create offense in order to burn time. Keep St. Clair away from finding shot opportunities is now. Simas going to try to find a ball downfield. Is not going to happen, though. Is now Arju looking for the clear out. He's got to find a man in Zai, but the pass gets picked off. The last man beaten. I was going to say Arju's going to have to make one heck of a save to keep them in this one. Has done just that, but a little bit of a rouge clear there, as it's going to be Simas on the ball, able to find a dunk over one. Has a beat over a second as well. The man can do so many things and is so helpful for Concord. Reset off the double for Crispy. Can't quite get the dunk, though, as Jazzy was there, but saves are not going to help you. You need to get on that scoreline, Evan.
Yeah, the longer this goes on, the tougher it's going to be for St. Clair to find something. Got to get something here, boys. I mean, it can't be more dire than this, as Arju comes flying in to try and make something happen, but isn't going to get anything. Another big save on the other end. We've seen a lot of those in this game so far, but not enough to keep Concord out of the score sheet, as they still have a incredibly sizable lead. That one, another one just missing. But
are you kidding me, Helix?
What is going on? I think the net for Concord has been their 4th man tonight. I mean, how many shot attempts from St. Clair are just narrowly going to miss? I mean, that should have been at least 2 or 3 goals that St. Clair should have had that just didn't go their way by way of inches.
I mean, the 4th man being the net, Helix literally became the net. He had to pull off a squishy save there, which was incredible. Literally drove from the backside of his net, went up to the roof of the net, and then used his flip to get the ball out. I mean, it's so tough to read, especially on a shot that's coming from Arju within milliseconds, right? And you have to make that big-time read. But what do I say? Big-time players, they make big-time plays. And Helix, right now, I know sometimes people give him a little bit of flack as the third, but he has been nothing short of spectacular so far in this series. And right now is definitely one of the big reasons as to why Concord still has this game under control.
No, it absolutely is. I mean, everybody, I think, on Concord has been playing. We knew that they were going to be hungry coming in, still looking for their first win in CRL, and they are looking to bury the dagger right here in Game 4. I mean, if they could put up a similar performance to what we saw in Game 3, the Saints are definitely going to have their hands full, because Concord has just completely flipped the script after a listless Game 1 where a little slow to the punch and a little slow in rotation. St. Clair was able to take advantage of that. But another big credit for Concord is keeping St. Clair out of the net. Usually when we call a Saints game, we're usually expecting like 4 or 5, goals in a game. But I think the most they've had is 2. And that was in Game 1 and then Game 3, like we just saw. They have been particularly quiet on offense tonight, and that you got to give credit to the way Concord has been running their defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, right, Concord, they're just simply following all the steps in the formula, in the equation that they've written up to beat St. Clair. And is this St. Clair's final one of this series? Will they go down to 2 and 3, or is this where you start to mark what could be a stretch of absolutely important wins stringed in a row, potentially, if you can get this one through with momentum? St. Clair in game number 4, and it could be their last if they don't lock in for these last 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Concord, a little bit of early defense. Arju, a quick shot, but it's going to get cleared out.
And you said they got to lock in, and it has to happen here. Like, I want to see a goal on this possession right here. You need to establish your lead early so you have time to build it up and delay Concord as much as possible. You cannot allow Helix and the rest of the Concord squad to get cooking. The longer it goes on, the more opportunities they have to make those demo plays and running that interference and setting up a play that is just an absolute backbreaker for this series. And right now, St. Clair still trying to fight for control in the midfield. That's something that Concord is going to take all day. They will wait as long as they can to find the goal, as long as they can keep St. Clair out of their own end.
Yeah, and again, it just seems like St. Clair, they've seemed very, at least, aware and there when it comes to the pacing of gameplay. It's just, on defense, something doesn't seem right about them. They almost seem awkward, Zai. It's his second massive whiff so far of this series. A player who was so hot last night against Bruton Parker and the likes of LCU, but needs to try to find his footing here in Game 4 as this one goes further. Helix off the backboard needs to try to find a pinch to try to delay or get a 50. Is Zai going to be able to beat downfield? He's going to call over CMS to play a little more defense as he's in a little bit of a weird position near post. Arju takes out the man back post, but it does not matter as CMS staying cold and composed, able to get that one dealt with.
I think you had said it earlier, talking about how St. Clair is looking awkward in certain situations, and I think that's a really good way to say, we've seen a lot of plays that they tried to set up where they just simply whiff or it just doesn't get set up well. And yes, that is credit to Concord's defense, but it is some miscues on the side of St. Clair, Sai with a couple of whiffs, just some missed shots. Definitely still seeing some of this rust and these mistakes that we were watching in the Bruton Parker Lubbock series from yesterday. So if there is an answer to these woes, it has to come very soon. I mean, thankfully they've been able to keep Concord off the scoreboard in Game 4 so far, but again, like we said, the longer it goes on, the more opportunities you give them to find that goal. And with the way the series has been, these low-scoring games, you have to think that the first one who scores this game is most likely going to be the one who wins it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way this one's going just seems like there's so much tension, and the first one who strikes has all of the momentum. Such a huge mental barrier to overcome if you were that team that has to fight from behind, and this one is now St. Clair. At least showing that they're not scared to really aggress on the attack. Sometimes it leaves them open to overcommits and counterattacks coming back, but honestly, might be a risk that you have to consider if you're St. Clair right now, even if it just means to get on the board and get into a comfortable position in Game 4, as it could be your last.
I mean, like you said, it could be their last, so you have to throw everything you have. I mean, you're fighting for your lives in this series right now. We need to see some of these big attempts, these boom or bust plays to find something. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? I mean, yeah, like if you lose this game, you know, trying to find life, you're going to lose the series anyway, so you might as well give it your all and just try and get something going. But no score as we rapidly approach the final minute, and I just really haven't seen St. Clair on these big attempts. I mean, another demo coming in from Concord, and now they have the ball in St. Clair's end and are going to take advantage of this pressure here. That one doesn't find its way home. Seema's just not in the right position. Jazzy trying to clear it right out. Sai is going to get a touch on it, but does eventually find its way out. But again, no Saint in the area, and Concord just going to send it right back in.
I was going to say Crispy might have a little bit of a corner read here. Watch out for it. Zai able to find the beat on the ball before the shooter was inbound. Believe it was Helix is now. Seamus off the top ropes, able to find that one down to Crispy, but a pass infield is going to get picked off from Arju. Never mind, he gives one of his own, and it's actually going to force Jazzy up for a quick reactionary save. Able to get it done there, but 15 seconds left to go. This has to be the offensive pressure from St. Clair coming through here, or it is going to be all over Zai. A little bit of an awkward touch, maybe a pop from Arju, but he's going to elect to let that one go past. You don't want to play this too crazy for St. Clair, and if it means you have to force OT, if you're in a better position for that, then so be it, to keep yourselves alive. Ball staying up. Jazzy going to elect to continue this one. Has full boost, a flip in the tank as well. Can look for a dunk, but another player from St. Clair needs to cut back in, and I would imagine now that Zai going to be the next man up. Air dribble, has a potential dunk, a demo as well. This could be life for St. Clair. Simas on 0 boost, but no Saint was in the area to cause any issues as we go straight to overtime in what could be St. Clair's last life in this series.
Saints, a little flair for the dramatic tonight. This one's going to be coming right down to the wire, and I mean, if it was intense before, it's definitely going to be now. Like we said, the team that's going to score the first goal tonight is going to win. That was a fairly accurate prediction, I think, on our part. But again, St. Clair, they need to find something here. It feels like they've been playing from behind this entire game, just trying to scramble to get back. That one almost going in. Another shot ricocheting off the post from Crispy. Somehow, St. Clair is still alive.
What?
How did this happen? Just absolute madness.
How do those shots not drop right now for Cumberland? That has to be such a huge blunder, and you have to wonder mentally, are they going to move on, or is this going to be something that hangs over them for the rest of this overtime? St. Clair, they find themselves nevertheless on defense, but they've been able to break out, and it's an overcommit! It's a free one for Jazzy! And Cumberland breaking down the exact way James said on the interview. They commit too far. Helix not back in time, and St. Clair are going to force a Game 5.
Man, it doesn't get any more free than that. Like we said, a bit of a flair for the dramatic, and Concord just giving up, quite frankly. I mean, it looked like a couple of their controllers even died. You know, they just gave up and accepted the L in that case. But no matter, St. Clair is going to take it. They are still alive in this series. They forced a Game 5. I mean, this is 2 big series in a row where they've been able to force a 5th game. And I mean, you have to think that that's a big momentum shift. Concord was holding all of the cards in their hand and just couldn't get it done. You talked about those whiffs at the start of overtime.
That should have been.
Those potentially hanging over Concord definitely are going to now. I mean, you had the win in your lap,
man.
Stolen from the jaws of defeat. St. Clair still has life in this series.
I mean, like, what do you want me to say? Misses like that should almost never happen. It's already bad enough that it happens once, right? I mean, that ball was put on an absolute dime for that first Concord shooter. I almost don't want to involve names just because if I get any of them wrong in this sequence, then, you know, feels bad for blaming someone for potentially costing their team the series when it wasn't them. But 2 players on Concord had clear-cut chances to end that series. And neither one, it wasn't even like they put a shot on target that had to be saved. Neither one with an open net, and St. Clair on the ground, no backboard defense, no sidewall in support. They're literally just like fish in a barrel. And you missed your cast in the barrel. I mean, it's tough, right? You literally were dangling your line, worm on the hook, right over the barrel. You drop it, and somehow reality just says no. It's mind-boggling how that goes in St. Clair's way, but hey, you know what? A little bit of jam, a little bit of EA jam. Shout out to my FIFA players from back in the day. We all know. Hey, listen, we take those. All right, and listen, man, that is going to be a really big mental mistake and a mental blunder that Concord, they can either not let it affect them and lock in for Game 5, or like I said, they lose that game, it costs them that game, could potentially cost them the series as well. St. Clair, they have life.
Well, you have to think that something like that, you talk about how big of that blunder is, like, maybe that is going to be something that hangs over Concord mentally.
It's so rough.
St. Clair absolutely should take advantage of that right here. I mean, now is the time to press the attack. If you were going to be aggressive at any point in this series, now is the time. You have the momentum on your side now. You're able to break that deadlock of a game, that war of attrition that was Game 4. When your back was against the wall, you were able to step up in the big moment and make a play. And now is the time to get it going once again. Now you're fighting for your life as...
I was going to say,
something
immediately
didn't seem right
the
there,
kickoff didn't look right, and I had to assume there was a problem.
I think we're back.
Are we just going to resume?
I guess so.
As called? No. I was going to say definitely not, because Jazzy would not try to go for a musty off the sidewall there. You would just try to doomsy dish it into their net if this was for real. And also, just for the competitive integrity, we might want to restart that one. I did talk about St. Clair having their kickoff problems. Yes, it simply will go in your favor if Concord just isn't on the sticks. Hey, you know what? Maybe we DM'd them on Discord. Maybe we said, hey, guys, can we get a kickoff win for once in this series? And they were like, you know what? Sure.
It'd be nice of them, wouldn't it? But
for all competitive integrity purposes, probably want to restart the match here as we're going to be looking to get into another one. I was going to say, based on the player comms, I actually think we're in game right now, but hopefully we can get the feed into that one as just seems like we're going to be sat in waiting, but not any longer, potentially. It does say that there's almost overtime happening in this one. I don't know what's happened to the clock there, but this is definitely the real thing. So time aside, still Game 5 and a shot going down for Concord. Will not be able to go in as now Zai. Quick pass infield. He is a shooter, but it's not going to go as Arju not able to get up to that one is now... Evan, based on the timer, if we were to go in inverse, then that tells me that there's just shy of 4 minutes on this clock right now as we get into the third.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I mean, that was another great attempt from Crispy there. Jazzy once again playing the hero. But yeah, just a very weird start to this fifth game, I think. I don't know if that's an omen of things to come, but I'm sure the Saints would love it to go in their favor. There's been a lot of weird stuff happening tonight in CRL, but the Saints still fighting to get this win. Concord also trying to fight for their first win, and it's going to come down to the wire in this fifth game. We've seen some great plays from both sides here. Helix trying to clear it back out, but Arju flying in for St. Clair doesn't find it, but still St. Clair continuing to put pressure in Concord's zone here. Concord having to do a little bit of scrambling to try and stave off. Oh, we have just gotten some new information, actually. This is an overtime period, actually. They are replaying the overtime of Game 4.
Yeah, wow.
Because one of the Concord players DC'd during that last sequence, which, yes, does explain
sense to why it looked like one of them almost gave up.
Yes, absolutely. So, folks, do not adjust your TV sets. This is Game 4.
So this is Game 4,
right
and it's
now,
not 2-2 then. That means St. Clair, if they concede here, they still lose the series.
All right, well, we will reset up the drama, I guess, after what just happened there. I mean, an incredible turn of events. We were talking about some weird things happening tonight in CRL, and this definitely is adding on to the pile here, but... St. Clair, I guess, back to fighting for their series lives. Concord still holding series point.
Yeah, and I mean, this is really tough now because if you're St. Clair, you already feel like you slayed the Giant once, and guess what? It had a second form. So now Concord back with new life. Is a ground double going to be the final thing they see, though? No, Jazzy, an incredible shot, but unfortunately Concord able to get to it if you're a Saints fan. For Concord fans around the area right now, definitely are feeling good, but a low post miss. St. Clair, this is a problem because now we're seeing shades of what Concord had to go through. They need to make attacks matter, but it seems like every time there is a Concord player getting to these 50s. And again, Evan, we need to stress the issue. If too many shots go St. Clair's way and they start getting a little bit overzealous, they start getting a little bit impatient, they can be susceptible to overcommit. So Concord, what do you have in the tank? Can you drive a counterattack out of this? It seems like the answer is going to be yes, but slow shot lofting over Helix, no boost, and not another man to follow. Crispy electing to go back. Shadow defense off the backboard, needs to try to find a clear.
Yeah, those whiffs feel especially bad after the sequence of events that we just saw there. I mean, like you said, you thought you had won, and now you had to do it all over again. You know, you can't leave those opportunities on the table, especially when you had the chance, and you give Concord just so many more chances to end this series. And I mean, like you said, just the amount of time you spend just wasting time just benefits Concord in every way. And now they get their first real chance of this new overtime to put some pressure onto St. Clair as Crispy flying in to get a shot set up, but Arju's going to intercept that one before a Concord member can get to it. As once again, St. Clair on the offensive attack. Jazzy holding the ball near the net, waiting for a teammate to come and help out. Crispy, though, meets him first. Clears it right back into St. Clair's end, but another clash at midfield leads to a Helix recovery, but that one can be finished from Helix. Crispy trying to make it happen, but cannot do it himself. Ball gets sent back into Concord's end. Jazzy still trying to keep control as Arju contesting as well. Again, more opportunities from both sides. Nothing is landing on either side. That one just missing, hitting off the crossbar.
You gotta be kidding me.
Both teams just going band for band, back and forth. Nobody finding anything.
Well, who wants to be a bronze? It seems like a lot of people in the server do. No, I'm just kidding. Listen, when you have pressure like this overtime, right? Again, a second overtime. Mind you, we've already played an overtime that went over 2 minutes. It is 5 minutes and 40 seconds into this second one. So a 7-minute overtime technically in play. A drought of another 5 minutes before that, not having a goal scored. The pressure has to feel so insane right now. On both sides, you're going to see missed opportunities. You're going to see whiffs. Players pretty much wearing their hearts on their sleeves. They have to be very aggressive, and Zai so unrelenting in the pass as Arju just finds the perfect redirect underneath the final Concord defender. St. Clair, they did it once, and they have the strength to do it again, this time properly, as now, confirmed for real, they send Concord to a Game 5.
That's what we in the business call ball don't lie. Yeah. That was a ball don't lie moment. St. Clair, you know, like you said, they did it once. They earned their OT win a second time. And I mean, what more could you say? Now it actually is going to Game 5. And you have to feel like after 2 marathons of OT, you have to be feeling warmed up and ready to go for this next one. I mean, how could you not?
Yeah, I mean, it's very tough, but hey, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Shout out to the back room, the prod staff, for keeping us in the loop there. Was great, good comms. As now we can finally get into the final game. Game 5 starting right now. Will it be St. Clair that has had to slay this Colossus time and time again, or will it be Concord who can finally retake the momentum that they once had in this series? We will find out, barring these next 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Evan, let's go. Let's take it away. It is Game 5.
This would be an absolutely heartbreaking loss for Concord if it was to go for St. Clair's way. I mean, all the extra chances they have, like how often do you get a chance to replay a do-or-die overtime when you have the chance to win a series? I mean, that just doesn't happen. And the fact that you whiffed on it twice now, if you were to lose in Game 5, absolutely devastating for Concord, and St. Clair has to be able to take advantage of that here. An early goal here would absolutely be a silencer for Concord and a big momentum swing, more so than St. Clair's already gotten, as Jazzy still trying to make something happen, but nothing going their way, as RG going to have to clear it out for St. Clair. That demo coming through as well. St. Clair on the man advantage for a couple seconds. Now is the time to make a push, but Crispy is going to meet it at midfield, sending it back up to RG, who gets it back out through the side. Jazzy is there. We got a couple of Saints on the wing here. Asai going to get a shot attempt, but that does get intercepted from Concord, sending it back into St. Clair's end. They go back on defense.
Yeah, now Concord looking to reaggress, looking to see if they can find the issue here for St. Clair and exploit it. A wonderful boost steal, I might add, but it's not going to stop Jazzy on zero from hitting a wall dash. Delayed flick as well. There's no way that goes in. Crispy, calm and composed on the back wall. As now Concord looking to advance back out. They find a shot of their own, but Jazzy quick to it.
Yeah, good bump coming through to stop that attempt. I mean, that was a really good chance that Concord had, but St. Clair just so good on defense so far. These rotations have been executed cleanly, not giving Concord anything. Another goal ricocheting off the top of the crossbar. Another missed opportunity for St. Clair, as now Concord gets another chance. How many more chances have they had to make something happen or get the advantage? They have been given all the opportunities in the world, but somehow we stay tied in Game 5.
Man, I think honestly both teams have, and it's kind of at this point right now where, you know, it's in Game 5, everyone's playing off of instincts. There's a lot of pressure. All that practice you put in and your thumbs aren't working the way you want them to, as now another big save from Helix comes out. And again, another pause, as we may be having another technical issue here. We do not know from which side, as this one going to go into a little small break. I believe we're getting the fingers getting pointed. It might be Arju this go around who's having some issues. We'll see if we can get that cleared up in a minute, but I'm hearing the clock go down, so we might be right back in, and it seems like we have gone under a resume. No, we have not. They just resumed to play so they could leave, and I believe they're going to be remaking the lobby. James seemed a little bit annoyed about that one, and I can't really blame him, right? You're breaking momentum in a hold that, you know, St. Clair, they just had. Think about it. They were just sending a huge shot on net. Now, granted, Helix, one hell of a save, but St. Clair still have possession with Concord players still on low boost and St. Clair cutting rotation. One carry off that back wall from, I believe it was Arju, who was last on ball, and all of a sudden you could be looking at another follow-up offense.
Yeah, you're looking at the players right now, Arju especially. I mean, he's kind of like everybody else. We're just confused about what's happening right now. I mean, the fact that this has happened twice now in this series, in these critical moments,
odd.
I mean, definitely strange. I mean, you see something new every night, I guess, on stream, and it is October. I guess it is a spooky month. Oh.
Hold on, we're just getting from Prod right now.
Ooh, okay, so some updated information from our TOs. Sure. Somebody on the side of Concord left the lobby, which, according to the rules of CRL and Rocket League Play, you aren't allowed to do that. So there were talks of a potential DQ, but it looks like they might just play out this game. But another new lobby and another pause. I mean, I don't think both sides are on the same page right now. Definitely some confusion on all sides as they try and figure this out. We apologize to our viewers for what's been going on here. Just
no, but I mean, we're trying to
confused
figure this one
as
out. Exactly.
We're as confused as everybody else right now. I mean, this is such a weird situation. I mean, like, do you accept the DQ or do you just play Game 5 all the way from the start?
Okay,
it looks like they
just.
I think yes, we do get our answer out. This is for real now. Prod is telling us we're just gonna restart from the time we left off. But again, you talk about that momentum that St. Clair had gained, just completely killed. I mean, if they can get something quick here, that could be the backbreaker in this just bizarre series. And not going to happen is another goal just going through for Concord, and nobody home from St. Clair to stop that.
Man, you have to understand the frustration, right? I mean, apparently a Concord player leaves. I don't know if it was St. Clair's idea to not accept the DQ and they just wanted to play this one out properly, but because of that, you know, you have your offensive pressure. However, a double commit comes through, and because of that, now Crispy with a free net in a scenario where he may have not had that opportunity had this game have just stuck through the same way. But regardless, it's not really about how it happens, it's about, you know, how many. And Concord, how many? You got one. St. Clair on zip, so St. Clair, they need to try their hardest to get back into it, and we have to credit Concord for at least taking advantage of the fact that, listen, you got a double commit, regardless of the situation, you can't have that happen in CRL, and players of this caliber are going to punish you on the side of Concord if you make those mistakes. CMAS, a great demo downfield, and now Helix trying to find another one on the follow-up offense. Zai going at band for band on demos. You say, you guys try to cut through on first man and run interference. We can do the same thing, but to the same effect, who knows? For Concord, it's generated 2 goals. For St. Clair, they haven't touched one so far this game.
This is such a big possession right here. I mean, with the way the series has been going, it is very plausible to win a 1-0 game and get away with it. I mean, St. Clair, like you said, that momentum just completely ripped away. You have to get something back here. I mean, that frustration, like you said, is so palpable. Another near miss as Helix comes flying in to stop that one. Just more missed opportunities left on the table for St. Clair. Just cannot finish in these big moments.
30 seconds.
30 seconds left to go. I mean, you have to find something here and now to get this bizarre series to a close. I mean, I don't think anybody expected it to go this way. I mean, I think no matter who wins this outright, is going to have to feel something special that has happened tonight. 7 seconds left to go. St. Clair on their last gasp. Needs something, but a big save from Concord is most likely going to do it. Once this ball hits the ground, that's going to be curtains for St. Clair, and that is going to do it. Concord somehow find a way to win in the strangest and most preposterous way. They win this series in 5, and you can see the looks on the players' faces. They are just dumbstruck and confused and frustrated by what just happened.
And I mean, how could you not be?
No, absolutely. No, I don't blame them at all.
I will say, sorry, we're just getting word from Prod here on the status, because it turns out that the status on the series at the moment still unconfirmed. We're getting word from the back room that, again, because a Concord player left the game mid-series, right, there still could be a DQ that could be in question, which would in turn give St. Clair the win here. And I know that's not the result that they would want to have happen, but they can't control whatever the reason was for the Concord player leaving, whether it was connection issues, whether it was something else of the sort, out of their control. But for now, we have to call it as we see it. And Concord, congratulations as you take the best of 5 for St. Clair. A huge win gets you in the win column now, 1-3 so far. But again, that status still unconfirmed. Maybe when we're casting Valorant in a little bit, we will be able to get reports on that, and who knows, maybe at the end of the night, I'll be breaking down a different situation on the desk here as we close out the night later on.
Well, I certainly hope that DQ goes in St. Clair's favor, because, I mean, quite frankly, I mean, how fair is that if you're St. Clair, where you have all the momentum and it just gets ripped away from you, and then Concord essentially, 2 times gets a chance to redo it and win a series? I mean, how fair is that for St. Clair? I mean, like, I know we're biased towards St. Clair, but I mean, quite frank, that just doesn't sit right.
Well, here, to me, in one way, yes, in one way, no. I mean, if that was the roles were in reverse, I'd be saying the same thing in Concord's favor, in my opinion. I think for me, as just a caster in general, yes, obviously still on the St. Clair desk. Obviously, I hope it goes their way. But that being said, if the tables were flipped, I'd be hoping that it would go in Concord's way too. Because you just, in competition, you don't want to see stuff like that happen. But at the end of the day, whatever went through, and you got to have it go down that way. The series overall, still a nail-biter. Loved that it went all 5 games, but sadly, that will have to be the way we close that one out.
No, for sure. Just a bizarre way to close out this series, but we are going to send it to break because we do have to set up for our next game of this doubleheader. It's going to be Valorant. Don't go anywhere. St. Clair versus Winthrop coming up soon.
None more than Calamity, though. Left in 5, he'll be shut down. The rotation was for Cumberland, but St. Clair breaks through. Oh, kidding me. Situation now 1-on-1, 1 HP on this solo. 1 bullet is a 4-person 1v5. Stand against the rest.
Guy to this ball, guy to get down, maybe even get one for the road.
Our own standards here in this overtime period, because if we concede a goal, it's over for them.
He's doing a lot of damage, but he's got to keep you over. He avoids Ego. Bob Waena, no flash, no problem. St. Clair.
Back already so low. Redx taking down 2, taking down 1.
Immediately, this should be all she wrote. Soaks with one on the icy.
Kill the whole squad. into this ball. Guy to get down, maybe even get one for the road.
Our own standards here in this overtime period because if we concede a goal, it's over for them.
He's doing a lot of damage, but he's got a TP over. He avoids Ego.
Bob Waena, no flash, no problem. St. Clair. Horse back already so low. Redx taking down 2, taking down 1.
Immediately, this should be all she wrote. So rotation was for Cumberland, but St. Clair breaks through. Oh, gaining lead. Situation now 1-on-1, 1 HP on this solo. 1 bullet is a 4-person 1v5. Stand against the rest.
The guy to this ball, guy to get down, maybe even get one for the road.
Their own standards here in this overtime period because if we concede a goal, it's over for them.
He's doing a lot of damage, but he's got to keep you over. He avoids the ego.
Bob Waena, no flash, no problem. St. Clair. Horse back already so low. Reddick's taking down 2, taking down 1.
Immediately, this should be all she wrote. Soaks with one on the icy.
Stand till the whole squad.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for our second game tonight of our doubleheader. Not Rocket League, which we just finished earlier tonight. This time, it's St. Clair going up against Winthrop ACAD. So, well, Winthrop, but ACAD for now. We are back here on the desk. I'm Patrick Smoke Chambers, joined by Lello and also Evan, not really Evan, Johnson. And, man, guys, today, a little bit of an interesting matchup, like I was saying. St. Clair going up against Winthrop ACAD, obviously their main team, working to qualify for Ascension. So down over in Brazil, so right now going up against their ACAD team, which we did see on Division 1 just recently as well. A 2-0 against St. Clair, but I will say, a close game one. We had 13-10 on Haven, transitioning into a 13-5 on Lotus. So, again, you know, these guys at St. Clair hasn't been the start to the season in either league that I think they were expecting going into it, but 2-2 in NACE right now can have a chance to be positive. Just got to try to slay the Colossus that got the better of you last time.
No, absolutely. And I mean, I think this should be a familiar foe for St. Clair. Like you said, you saw them the other day. Historically, have had some issues with Winthrop in the past, especially in Valorant. So this is definitely going to be a big challenge for the Saints tonight. And this is a just gauntlet of a series right now. We were teeing this up last week, if you're a viewer of last week's Valorant stream against West Virginia, that this schedule right now is very, very hard. You know, that last loss against West Virginia, really, really tough when you have Winthrop now, and then you look forward to Maryville next week. I don't even know if you can say look forward to Maryville, because that's going to be another tough game for St. Clair. It's really, really important for them to come out firing tonight. We've had some issues in terms of closing out maps and closing out series in this season so far. I mean, Lello, you can kind of break this down a little bit, talking about the D1 loss, but it has been issues in closing, and we saw in the D1 game, had some early leads, but just couldn't close it out and get the job done.
Oh yeah, in D1 specifically on Haven, there was a pretty commanding lead that we had going into the second half, but just some small micro mistakes that St. Clair made that Winthrop were just able to completely capitalize off of, snowball themselves into that 13-10 win. Yes, we got close, and then that second map on Lotus was more mental domination than anything. Especially losing Haven how we did kind of really hurt our mentality, and it just snowballed into a loss for us.
Yeah, absolutely. But going straight in, we have our interview ready as well. I believe it's going to be JP. So live from the pit, JP, sir, you got a rematch this time. You have a second chance to slay this giant in front of you as the Winthrop ACAD team, Bootsum, gets ready. Any nerves so far? Are you guys feeling confident going into this one?
Yeah, we are really excited. It's a rematch. It's always a pleasure to play against the Winthrop guys. Last match, I wasn't able to be here playing with them, so now they have me, and I think it's going to be a great game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to say, just getting into tonight, obviously I wanted to bring up the fact that, yes, you were not present for the Division 1 matchup. Watching the VOD back, looking at how they played throughout those games, we've mentioned that St. Clair, they have a problem, as of recency, of closing out series when you have leads like this, right? Having you back now, are there any glaring issues that you think you can exploit that you've seen from this Winthrop ACAD team?
As you said, we have a problem on keeping the momentum, and I think that the thing we're going to work the most on this match is making sure we can keep the good energy and the good vibes. And I feel like I have a good role in this, because I like to scream. I like to make sure my teammates are like active on the game.
Yeah.
And we are focusing more on us than them, to be honest. And I think it's going to be a good match.
Absolutely love that confidence, JP. And building off of what you said, of being like that sort of hype man that you are, do you think that your proactivity is going to leak on to your teammates and just be able to get everyone on the same page, make sure everyone is doing their role, just get everyone excited to play the game and play their best?
Yeah, 100%, because if you have your teammate full of energy, wanting to compete, having fun, it's just fair that you're also going to be the same. So if someone is screaming, if someone's having fun, everyone's going to do the same. And yeah, I feel like I'm going to be able to bring the energy, and we're going to be able to close the series this time.
Well, I think that's so important, especially with this being a really big part of your schedule. This is a hard part of your schedule right now. You had West Virginia last week, Winthrop this week, Maryville next week. I mean, this is a gauntlet right now that you guys are having to go through. How do you guys keep up that positive energy and just stay locked into the task at hand? Because this really is a tough part of the season for you.
Yes, 100%, but I like to think that they also think the same. I like to think that they are scared to play against us and not the opposite. I trust in myself, I trust in my teammates, and I'm sure you're going to do good.
Awesome. Well, thank you, JP. We wish you the best of luck tonight.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, and again, always a pleasure to talk to JP. He can always be really energetic and that source of just that leader mentality. Even if he isn't the coach or the IGL, he can really be the one to step up and just give everybody a mental boost. And that's something that we have seen St. Clair struggle with. They're an emotional team from time to time. We know that when they lose multiple rounds in a row, they can sort of mentally tilt and go a little bit under the radar, right? Get a little more impatient, take stupid swings, not play off their timing correctly or playing off a contact correctly, right? In key situations. So I think that having a player like him elevates the team entirely by tenfold.
Especially when you have your Sentinel player making as much impact as JP makes, it just brings everyone up, makes everyone conform to his standard of playing that well.
And keeping the energy up is especially important, like you said, with them having issues with momentum and carrying it on through later rounds and maps. You know, keeping that energy up the entire time is going to be so important. And
we're running it right back.
We're running it right back. Yeah, like you said, Spoke. The exact same maps as we saw in Division 1. Winthrop electing to go on Haven.
Oh, wow.
Lotus for St. Clair. Sunset the decider if we get there. St. Clair starting on Haven defense. Well, I'll give it to you first. This is a really good map for Winthrop. This is their pick, and they are in the advantageous attacker side. What does St. Clair need to do to make sure they can come out of this one on top?
Definitely what St. Clair needs to do here is play as much disruption as humanly possible. Me personally, if I want to be St. Clair, I want to maybe change my comp a little bit. Add that KO in there just to add that extra stopping power with his knife, with his molly, maybe with his flashes, especially with this new patch that we're on for Valorant.
Yes.
So many agents got changed, so many agent nerfs. It's genuinely playing a different game, and it might be a completely different outcome.
Yeah, I was literally just about to mention the meta changes, right? Also interesting that we saw that Abyss was also in the pool as well. We know that that map recently changed as well and going through a rework, but let's actually get into some of the nitty-gritty, right? The changes to Yoru being done, right? Just some of... There's honestly so many to go through. I was almost going to ask about just Sentinels first, with all the changes to Vise, not knowing exactly when you have that differential in sound between when she flashes and doesn't flash someone. We then go down to Cypher as well. I was honestly just thinking about all the different changes to everybody, but then Cypher came across my mind, obviously, with his changes to his trip, right? Not being able to actually have that outline of the person when they walk into it, just having the sound instead. And again, you know, these are not just small things. These are changes that will literally impact differences in how people play the game, whether you start to see comps get switched around. Just overall, what change to you guys is the number one biggest, I guess, shifter in potentially St. Clair's style of play? Because we know they like to run the Vise on certain maps, especially we want to talk about Vise on Lotus. That was a complete, like, staple pick. You need the Vise to be able to hold down C, right? Because it's on a three-map site, on a three-site map, it allows your team to not spread as thin. So again, right, these big changes to you guys, what are the most impactful ones, and what ones does St. Clair also need to watch out for?
I think the most impactful change, as you were talking about, was the Vise. It's such a big part of St. Clair's just basic comps that we play across multiple maps that I think we might be looking at a shift into a more double Sentinel meta, putting JP on that chamber more often than not, and maybe having a Deadlock as our second Sentinel. It's going to feel awkward, and it's definitely going to take a lot more proactivity, but I think it would be a correct option just to give, one, JP that freedom, and two, more fighting capability towards that A site, towards Rubble, because even on our defense rounds towards Lotus, our A fight is very wishy-washy. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and Deadlock would help stabilize that.
No, and I agree with everything you said there. I think another big change that you might not talk about as much is the map pool updates. You know, you could talk about all the changes to the characters and how that's going to impact, you know, the way that St. Clair is building their team, but just having new maps in the pool as well, just changing the way you plan and game plan your lineup around certain things, you know, just making it that much more interesting. You know, we see Abyss back into the rotation after a bit of a rework there, so that's going to be really interesting when you're talking about the competitive nature of these games coming up. And, you know, even the new character as well, Vito, you know, like still not ready for comp yet, but, you know, that's another big thing that's going to impact some of these changes as we get further into the next season.
Right, I mean, I was even just going to go over the little things, like on Sunset, for example. We know that Seth on Sunset loves to run the Sage, but that wall now has, I believe, if I'm getting it right, so much less health to go through it, right? And that was kind of a big thing that really started. It was really a catalyst move towards St. Clair's holds and pushes, right? Aggression and counter-aggression. So again, you make these changes. You even mentioned the deadlock earlier, Lelo. Again, those 4 walls that she has, right? The health has been also reduced on those, so it's a lot easier to get through. So again, these changes to Sentinels and even just Initiators, Duelists in general, with the gadgetry being now added on to 60-second cooldowns. In terms of Initiators, a lot of people just were already down, and Riot was like, yeah, let's just kick them again, because why not? I mean, honestly, I did not imagine a year ago, if you told me, that Breach would be in a position where he is simply just unplayable as of right now.
Definitely saddens me. As a former Breach player myself,
that's what I'm saying, bro.
I'm in so much pain. He's genuinely, in team play specifically, Breach is so incredibly useless. The size of his ult getting smaller and shorter, his fault line being near cosmetic, and his flashes being probably one of the more turnable flashes for like flash initiators. It makes it so sad. It makes me so sad.
Yeah, I mean, it's just tough. And, you know, I was going to mention obviously the Yoru changes as well. Big for St. Clair, especially Instinct, because he's one of those players who we've seen very frequently on the Yoru as of late, being that main duelist for St. Clair. And especially on maps like Sunset, when he lurks through mid, right, he gets so much done and he takes so much space. And on a map like Lotus, it's the same thing. We've seen Instinct time and time and again abuse the strength of just being able to walk down mid as that commanding force. But as Yoru now, nerfs to the flashes being involved, right? The ult literally only having use for pretty much just intel at this point. Some players, they like to play a little more aggressive into it. I don't necessarily know if you can do that all that much now. If I'm getting it correct, you can't use the flashes in there anymore. You can't use the clone. I believe you're only allowed to use the gate crash, aka the teleport. And even then, change being made to that as well is you can no longer fake TP and have it be the same sound as the actual TP. So it's a different sound. So fake TPs to players at this level, they're going to recognize it immediately. So that difference in sound is huge. Something so small like that impacts this character at a huge level in comp play.
I think another thing people aren't really talking about is the change to rifles. The Vandal and
in general,
Phantom,
the spread and everything.
The spread is so much thinner. The time you have before your bullet tracers are non-accurate just got longer, which gives you more time to spray. Characters like Neon are going to have a field day. We'll
especially when they run faster too now.
100%.
Neon literally got a speed increase.
We're gonna see Instinct sliding around a lot, getting some absolutely criminal kills, and I think in general solo Neon is going to be a bit stronger. We might see more Neon ISO coming into play with ISO,
especially if we're going to Haven.
Yeah, with ISO's ability to disable abilities and make someone vulnerable, and then the bullet spread again getting shorter. Those
plus
two
a double tap, like, oh man,
those two duelists could be the best two in the game. I do believe.
Yeah.
We're entering a little bit of a gray area in what the current meta agents will be. I think Wele and Neon are going to be insanely impactful just because of their sheer amount of movement and the amount of stuff you can get away with.
Yeah, I would have to agree. And I think, Evan, you're sitting here and just nodding along with us because it's like, yeah, man, there's so many changes right now to this game. What is the meta? Well, teams are still trying to figure that one out, and when you have these changes, it can take teams a little bit of time to mesh. And with that being said, I was going to say, what are you most excited for? Are you excited to see some new comps, man? Or like, what are we looking at here? Because there's just so many unknowns going into this one.
Oh, I'd love to see some new comps. I mean, I think it's always good, especially for the overall life cycle of an esports title, to change things up. It's never good when you just stay stale and stagnant, because that just gets old after a while. So I think these updates are going to be beneficial for the overall lifespan of Valorant. I mean, you know, it's always good to see new comps and new maps come in, right? I mean, like, nothing more than that. I think the spray pattern, I think I'm definitely curious to see if that's going to be an impact tonight. Have these players fully adjusted to this new pattern? Are we going to see some plays or some clips that maybe somebody would hit normally, but it just doesn't go the right way anymore? I mean, it could be something that does impact the game tonight, but I mean, time will tell. And I mean, assuming these players have had a lot of time to prepare for this, and I'm sure that they have, and have had plenty of time to get used to these new changes, then shouldn't be that much of an issue, but could happen in certain instances.
Man, you know, I would actually argue, and I think you have a valid point, but these players also, to combat that, they've been playing for how long since the game released? What we're looking at about 5 to nearing 6 years now of just remembering top fire strafing is the way, right? Like, just making sure that you're repositioning yourself and resetting usually after you fire your first 2 bullets, right? So now that you have this change, what happens? Because 5 years plus of muscle memory out the window completely if you have people that can allow yourself to have those 1 to 2 bullets extra. Think about Lelo. Look at me, man. Think about the spray transfer capability. Like, again, like, this is going to be stuff that, honestly, we have so many, so many complaints in the past, no matter what, whether it's just you in ranked or you in comp or whatnot, and everyone's like, oh man, I really hate that Neon can just point and click adventure no matter what and hold it. Everybody has that now for about 1 second with a Vandal, so it's like, what do you want to do about it? Like, this is going to be very interesting, and it's a change that, honestly, I just don't think, going into it, I think we're almost even, I'm glad we're talking about it, because I think a lot of people are really just underselling, or are going to undersell, how big of an effect it's going to have, because this is monumental.
Especially in spaces like Collegiate, when we get closer and closer to LANs and everyone playing on the same amount of internet, the Phantom, the spray transfers are absolutely going to be insane, because there's so many bullets. Like, people think it's only 2 bullets got added, and that's fine, but in the grand scheme of things,
it's all you need to kill with any weapon in those 2. Like,
in the grand scheme of things, that's an absolutely massive change. Like, we see Riot moving more towards a gunplay-centric game rather than what it was last act, with so many abilities being spammed that some rounds you genuinely could not play the game. In my opinion, this is the correct move to make Valorant feel more fair. Make the game feel fair for other players, especially on like different servers and in ranked. But team play wise, this is going to feel very awkward, and it's going to take a lot of teams a lot of time to get used to. But once everyone is used to it, I think we'll be able to see some teams like shoot so far away from other teams just with sheer gunplay and skill.
But I will say, I love the fact, and Evan, I look at you when I say this, that again, that's not where we're at right now. That's just simply not where we're at right now. We are in a state of Valorant where, with these changes, if team play is not at the core of the fundamentals, if it is not down pat, which it won't be, because we've had so many different changes in the meta and so many different changes in agents in general, right? Val is a game right now where you could see in comp play, in collegiate play especially, man, there are going to be a lot more hero plays that go down. 1v3s are not going to be as hard as they once were, right? You have playing off of, that double stack that you just do in 2v1 scenarios. Listen, you could try it, but with how smooth and thin the bullet spread is now, that transfer is going to be able to get done a lot faster than it used to before. Honestly, to the point where I'm like, yeah, even in those scenarios, sure you can double stack, but I feel like it'd be just better to have one on the left, one on the right, and just swing off a 3-2-1 playoff contact because, man, like even just something that as core as that changes completely when you thin out a spread, even if it's just by 2 bullets.
No, you're right. And I like how you bring up the hero plays as well. And, I think that will just generate, so much more excitement.
It's Clip Farm.
In these big Everything's getting Clip Farm 24/7 now. I think maybe more so than people are already trying to do. But, again, it all speaks to Riot's commitment to just investing in the long-term health of Valorant esports and just ensuring that nothing gets stale. Things, change a lot. The meta changes, right? That keeps it interesting for everybody to see. And we'll see. You talk about that this might be an awkward time for players transition, but hopefully, since these guys are playing at a relatively high level, that they should have a easier time adjusting to these new changes. But, we're going to get a really good look at it shortly, and I'll throw it to you guys as well. We'll talk about predictions. This is a revenge game for St. Clair. They got a lot of emotion coming into this one. Bounce back for last week as well, dropping that to West Virginia. That was another 2-0. How do we feel like this is going to go?
Man, we're starting off on Haven again. It's going to be Winthrop on attack. You were talking about the changes, most notably to the duelists in the game, right? We were talking about the changes to Yoru, and especially on Haven. A history of seeing a lot of ISO for what he can just do with that wall down C-Long, right? Again, his ult, notably, has been thinned a little bit, but in my opinion, to me, if you still miss someone with that, it's good enough to the point where you really shouldn't have an issue going through and hitting someone with an ISO ult still. It still seems like thick and large enough to the point where you can actually just point it in any direction where you would think common sense wise where a player would be, right? Tucked close to C-Long, right? Maybe just hugging garage, right? Behind the step up on the wood boxes, right? There's simply areas where as an ISO player you would know where to place that. So to me, I'm sitting here and I'm saying on Haven, I really do think Winthrop, especially on attack, you gotta run the ISO, in my opinion. I know they can probably get it done, without. It is their best map, but just something to watch out for. That's my take.
No, absolutely. That's going to be a really tough nut for St. Clair to crack. As much as I hope they get theirs back tonight, Winthrop just has so many just solid players, even their academy team as well. Like, these guys are just dogs in every sense of the word. Yeah. And, they've already beaten St. Clair before when they've had a chance to close it out. So, unfortunately, I think I do have to take Winthrop into 2-0 this time.
For me, I think if St. Clair want to change anything from their Division 1 match, it's going to be the pace of how they want to play the game. Because if they're able to get the pace up on their defense, especially on a map like Haven, we'll be able to snowball that even more so into our attack half. I say 3 maps, St. Clair coming out 2-1. I want to see an OT. Personally, I want to see an OT coming through, but we shall see.
Well, I think OT would definitely be the theme of tonight. If you were watching our Rocket League stream, we saw some crazy overtime in that series. So definitely would be par for the course tonight. But I hope you're right. I think your prediction's a bit more optimistic than mine. My outlook, I'll throw it back to you, Smoke, as we get close to getting into the game. I think we're less than 60 seconds before we get into the game officially. How do you think this is going to go? Who's going to win?
Man, getting it down to the wire now, both sides ready to go. Looking at the agent select, breaking it down, we see that we see that's actually bind up on that. That would be interesting if that was the case. I was going to say, there's the switch. Is now Haven going to be selected. Looking at that, you brought up the neon, the solo neon, and it's happening right here, Lello. So looking at the agents across the board, is there anything that kind of surprises you? Notably as well, the Astra being ran as well as the Breach on our side too.
I think playing into the Breach is slightly a misplay, in my opinion, because I know the nerfs just happened and players feel like it might still be completely fine to run him, and just that's what we're used to. But I think moving towards, let's say, a double smoke playstyle like what Winthrop has with the Viper and the Omen is correct. The solo breach is so hard to get value off of now just because of how long it takes a player to actually be stunned. And we've seen players at this level, they are able to crouch and move their crosshairs in a way to still kill someone coming at them full stunned. So it's kind of hard and awkward. The Astra, while unorthodox, it's not terrible. It gives you the option of having that wall only on alt rounds, yes, but the wall is still there. You can't hear through it. You can't shoot through it. It gives post-plant scenarios a bit more depth and flexibility for the side of St. Clair. But again, I think our comp is slightly worse just by the sole facts of the Neon. The amount of space and the speed that the space is going to be taken by the Neon.
You want to see a world record for how quick C-Long can get taken? Here we go.
No, we're going to see some records happening towards window. St. Clair needs to realize how quickly that Neon is able to slide through window and still be accurate and shoot them towards that B site. If we're not able to get our timings down with our smokes and we still have like 1 or 2 players peeking towards window while the barrier is dropping, that's their life gone.
Yeah.
Gonna be some big plays coming through from Winthrop. You know, it always comes down to these duelist plays, right? I mean, that's really the one who's, you know, the ones who get the action going for both sides here. And I think especially they got Winthrop starting on attack. You know that they're going to want to push the pace, and you know that they're going to want to start things quick. And, you know, like you said, if it does, you know, come down to that Neon, you know, taking C-Long or taking window quickly, I mean, just closing that net around St. Clair, it's going to be really, really hard for them to get space and control the map. So St. Clair is going to have to be so ready to go and just dialed in these early rounds, especially these first couple pistol rounds. So crucial for St. Clair to win, to just try and build up some momentum and not let Winthrop run away with it early.
Run away with it?
Oh, I see what you did there. All right, yeah, I mean, that wasn't intentional, but I see what you did there.
Neon haters just absolutely throwing themselves off of buildings right now. You gotta get used to it.
That's my fault. That is my fault.
Listen, you gotta get used to it, because it's gonna be, I think, Lolo, you've called it out perfectly. It's gonna be what I think you're gonna be seeing a whole lot of. I mean, again, you know, I talk about C-Long, you could go even quicker, right? Neon on an A short take, man, going to happen so fast. But now, seems like both sides getting into the lobby and maybe just some quick I was gonna say maybe some not some tech issues necessarily, but maybe just both teams just waiting this one out. And it seems like right now both teams just taking a second, taking a breather before we head in. But I will say right now, as I'm getting confirmation, okay, there is actually a brief tech pause, so we are gonna stay here. I wanted to talk about maybe breaking down the lineup of St. Clair, at least on the duelist side of things, because we saw that they're running a Jet right now, and I'm not gonna lie, you know, I'm intrigued, because when you turned your, you know, laptop over and you were like, Jet with a bunch of Z's, you know, listen, I need to know, brother, what's on your mind right now?
Jet has been picked on Haven since Haven came out.
Yes.
Since the map came out, Jet has been one of, if not the most picked duelist. I won't say the best, but one of the most picked agents. She is very tried and true, and players know how Jet players move, how Jet players interact with the map of Haven, and there's only a finite amount of things that you can do differently that is unexpected on
right.
Jet on
How
Haven.
many times can you do the same trick in a different way?
Yeah, and I think with the Neon, it gives Winthrop flexibility that Jet doesn't give. Especially if you lock in Jet, you're kind of coerced into locking in the breach, because it gives Jet the best support on a map like Haven. But again, that Neon, so speedy, she's able to fully dodge the stun towards A. She's able to fully dodge the KJ utility towards C. There's not too much on the side of St. Clair that Neon cannot dodge.
Well, I'm sitting here and I'm like, you really think, as a Neon player, you're just going to sit there and be like, okay, for these next 0.75 seconds, so for almost a full second, I'm going to look at this really mysterious orange orb on the other side of a wall that's lighting up and becoming a flashbang. Yeah, no, I think you're right. That's probably not going to happen, if I had to be completely honest with you. So again, I think I do agree here that I just do not see the Jet coming close to showing at least as much versatility and being sort of a wild card as the Neon. That being said, you know, we can't necessarily dog on St. Clair yet. The game hasn't actually happened, though I will say, I mean, for those who have been listening for the past 5 minutes, you can kind of get the gist here that based off of Agent Select, I think we kind of have a clear favorite right now for who we like in Haven to start. And, I mean, it's no surprise. It is their map pick, coincidentally. So, I mean, you're asking my prediction, Evan, earlier. For me, I think it's very simple. Give it to Winthrop in 2-0 fashion. I'm not necessarily saying St. Clair's out of it. I'm just saying that I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of the same. Some things change, some things stay the same. You can bring meta changes and new comps into the lineup if you want, but at the end of the day, it's the core fundamentals that Winthrop just have down to a T over St. Clair, in my opinion.
No, it's true. And, you know, there is such a talent level that Winthrop brings. I mean, and this is, you know, their academy roster that we're really hyping up to. I mean, their main roster not even here. So if that tells you anything about the skill level of Winthrop's main team, I mean, they really are like a special group. I mean, they really are. I mean, they would be one of the first collegiate teams to make it into Tier 1 if they can get through, you know, Ascension and like this Ascension series that they're playing in Brazil. So it's such, you know, it's such a talent, you know, discrepancy. But not to say that we don't have any stars on our side either. You know, JP subbing in, you know, maybe that will make a little bit of a difference tonight. I still think Winthrop is going to take it, but, you know, maybe it'll be a little closer. You know, having JP for that energy, for that firepower could make a difference.
And here's what I'm talking about with how cookie cutter that Jet is being played on Haven. We're seeing the exact same A long fight and Winthrop completely reading it and opting towards going a fast C. All 5 players towards that C site, no stopping. JP still being in, gets spotted out by the dart, but is able to get away.
And you can see how aggressively that Winthrop is taking C long. Taiga does find that first pick for St. Clair, but Case already getting the spike planted on C, and now St. Clair have to get this through with 4 members of Winthrop in their path. It's going to be tough as you got 2 members of the Saints stacking up near Garage, 3 members on Link. This take is going to have to come through. Neat does find one. Hollywood adding another for Winthrop. Still close. Could be anybody's round. Skyproof on 2 HP. Doesn't get it. Seth does clutch up for St. Clair. Is going to get the defuse as well. Great start for St. Clair. They're going to take an early 1-0 lead.
Extremely well played by St. Clair. They're just playing towards getting those trades. With how many players on our side were low on HP to begin with before the retake even started, all they had to do was play to trade each other back and forth, back and forth. Being up that one man did the absolute most for us, and we were able to win out that round. Yes, everyone was low. Yes, Seth himself was 1 HP, but the 2 HP KJ body shot is all you need.
Well, I mean, you can see he was cool, calm, and collected. He's eating an apple while it happens. I mean, he's just chilling right now. It's no problem for Seth, and this is what we were talking about. St. Clair has to have a quick start. These early rounds are so important to take, especially when Winthrop, they were coming with a lot of heat in this first set. Wouldn't be surprised they try and do another aggressive push down C long, but that smoke is going to delay them a little bit as now this rotation is going to come through. Instinct getting that opening pick for St. Clair.
Lots of proactivity coming in from Instinct's side, which I absolutely love. You need to be proactive while playing a comp like this and playing into a comp like what Winthrop is playing. Instinct might be overstaying his welcome a little bit, but is able to slightly get out. Skyproof just having to clear the smoke, the right click coming through, even not even seeing Instinct. Neat is able to find, and when we're down to the 4v3, Taiga finds one, gets dinked, but has to back up. Just play time, wait for your team to come through. The weaker weaponry coming in from Winthrop gives you guys time and a little bit of room to work with. Neat, no smokes, and we see JP on the flank is able to find Echo with the classic. Everyone just having to re-clear together so much they have to work through. Not even aware of the judge that JP has. Just not even having to peek. Just wait for them to walk right into your crosshair, and that they do. Pretty clean. Pretty clean bonus
Pretty
from
clean.
St. Clair.
I was waiting for that pinch to come through, and you can see it brewing on the side there. Saints were ready to close the trap, and yeah, they're taking advantage of these mistakes. And I mean, you got to give it to them as well, having the resiliency to, you know, have some players drop and then just be able to come back and find an answer. JP, like I said, maybe that is going to be the difference maker. That energy that he brings and the fragging potential of having him on your team, definitely something to note. But going to be a tough round now. Winthrop does have full Phantoms online. It's going to be a lot more aggressive for them.
Again, we see Instinct getting proactive towards that middle angle. Wasting his dash and a smoke just to back up is a little bit of a mistake, but getting that drone out, getting that utility out from the side of Winthrop is okay. It gives us a little bit more time to work with, and stopping that C aggression that they initially showed at the start of the round is definitely good.
Yeah, I like this. St. Clair being patient, not overextending or trying to find anything that might cause problems. Winthrop still going slow. Taiga finding that first pick, but Case with a response immediately after, keeping this one knotted at 4 apiece. Both teams still trying to find the answer. Winthrop going to be heading this rotation, sending some people close to C Long and near Garage to try and find an answer somewhere else.
We see Seth still playing on site towards here. No dart or anything to really scan back sight for the side of Winthrop University, but still, this bunker coming in could be absolutely massive. Skyproof finding the flick onto Seth is able to claim his life as we see the St. Clair players running through these smokes. One by one, Tillo, even Decayed, finds one kill. Taiga has to find the reset, does not. JP on the flank in a 1v3 situation. Just has to find something, anything. The KJ turret spotting him out. They know he's on the flank. Playing this high-low is just perfect coming in from Winthrop, and this is looking like JP just has to do as much damage as possible. Can't do a lot in terms of bomb defusal, but just has to get some tick damage. Just make Winthrop waste their money, rebuy shields, just do absolutely anything. We see JP just opting to sit here with his judge. Might make Winthrop run away as his bomb ticks ever so down. We see one walking away, and yeah, that is the round for Winthrop University. Picking up the Odin towards mid. Not bad, but also not good in the terms of Winthrop. Their economy is looking a little bit scattered, but they can still buy pretty good weaponry together.
Yeah, I think JP was in a, like you said, he was in a tough position there, a rock and a hard place, one might say. I mean, there really wasn't any option but to save, especially when you just have a judge and a classic to your name. But still up. St. Clair still with the man advantage, but Winthrop now with a bit more chance, you know, a bit better chance to get some utility online, some better rifles as well on their side. We'll see how they're able to respond here, but that was great patience out of their side as well. You know, couldn't find it through lobby, able to rotate, take C Long, finding that pick as well. Huge for them. They've been fiery. We know they have potential to make big plays happen. That bolt gonna get destroyed, but that still gives some valuable intel to Winthrop, and it's gonna help as Hollywood finding another opening pick onto Instinct. Winthrop playing with the man advantage now. They are able to play. They're able to slow the pace down just a little bit more. I'm going to try for this A push once again.
Drones both coming through towards short, and that's the information that Tillo needs. Just has to back up towards site, call Taiga over, try and get one pick. We see the communication coming in from Instinct. The damage, oh, the flash just barely misses Hollywood as he's able to claim the kill onto Tillo as they try to swing off that flash together. And now this is a 3v5 for St. Clair. Gets stunned, paranoid in case. Just claims that kill. St. Clair forced into a position to save.
Yeah, that's a tough pick to have to give. Taiga just had all day to finish that pick, and Case just able to live and survive. That's been the story for Winthrop. They've just been able to outlast some of these gunfights and just find ways to win. And St. Clair now in an impossible retake situation. Seth and JP are just going to have to elect to save once again unless they want to try and make miracles happen. But with the way things have been going right now and the way Winthrop has been playing, you have to keep these rifles in hand to have a chance to keep your momentum going.
I think towards A, the first building block that started to fall on the side of St. Clair is Instinct just barely over peaking, not really being aware that Hollywood could be on that angle, that really 1 pixel angle towards A, and just getting absolutely tapped. Yes, gets some damage onto him, but not being able to claim the kill with no supporting utility behind you definitely hurts your team's chances, as we saw play try and come through towards long, which was the correct choice. Not being able to find anything off of it is so unfortunate on the side of St. Clair, just forcing them in a position to save.
We can't be down too hard now, because we talked about in the pre-show that sometimes when St. Clair gets behind early, it's hard for them to reset mentally, right? Once you get unlocked, it's hard to then get back into that state. So these early rounds just become that much more important, especially when Winthrop a little bit more warmed up now. They're starting to play with a bit more fire. They know exactly what they're going for, trying to get this A push set up once again.
4-man long coming in on the side of Winthrop University gives JP a little bit of an angle to work with, as we see him walking up towards that short angle. Might meet Echo through this. They know the KJ is here. He's able to tag him out with the Sova drone, and JP just has to try and find one. Is not able to. Case claims that kill, but not with a little bit of damage done to himself already.
Hollywood is going to start the plant onto A. Saints do have Taiga up in heaven, but not going to push in. Going to wait for the rest of his team to rotate back in, but Winthrop already in a good position to face any of these attackers as Instinct comes flying in, but finds one, but gets taken out immediately after. The rest of the kills come flying in. A flurry of activity on the site. Seth, the only man left standing for St. Clair, and he's just going to back up and retreat.
Oh, what a flick coming in from the side of Case. Just absolutely training in on Instinct's head. Yes, the dash was correct. Yes, it was a pretty good attempt at a retake, in my opinion, but the recall smoke just absolutely hurt Instinct's chances of survival and trying to find another kill.
Yeah, and I mean, Seth is able to escape, does keep a Vandal, something, but you do concede the round, unfortunately. That's 3 in a row for Winthrop now, and you can just tell that they're really starting to get locked in and dialed. I mean, like you said, great attempt at a retake from St. Clair, but Winthrop just in a perfect situation to defend it. I mean, you talked about it, that flick onto Instinct that we saw right there. I mean, Case is just, that's the second time he's had a crazy flick in these early rounds. I mean, like, just absolutely insane from him.
Oh, definitely. I think St. Clair, what they've been doing towards these early rounds, getting proactive, doing something different, especially playing differently with the Jet, was correct. And moving towards this more standard style of defense that we are doing currently, I think is a little bit of a oversight. JP, though, getting so deep towards the C line, as we see Taiga just baiting for him, trying to draw as many rotates as possible. Oh, but Winthrop is aware, just backing off of that C angle, able to grab that orb for relatively free, just leaving. JP is hearing a few of these footsteps, but this A site is a little bit free. Taiga, having that ultimate on the breach, is still able to poise Winthrop for a fast retake here. Poise St. Clair for a fast retake here. My apologies. But the weaker weaponry, it's only going to hurt St. Clair. And JP himself is going to be extremely late to this retake while still being on C. Owl Drone spotting 2. Oh, the blind coming through. Instincts just having to do something. Double swing coming towards short. They find 3. Hollywood gets the 2 trades on Tillo and Instinct, but this puts St. Clair in a winning position.
I'm really surprised that JP hasn't already started his rotation over. Like, just having that extra man could have swung that fight in St. Clair's favor potentially, but now Winthrop holding serve 2v2 now. Viper's Pit is out on the site. Echo with the Odin in hand, trying to make something happen. JP, he is here to help. The cavalry has arrived for St. Clair. All up to Hollywood now to try and secure this for Winthrop. Does find JP. Taiga, the only one left in the 1v1. 30 HP for Hollywood. does try and get the fake defuse as both players playing do-si-do, and Hollywood is going to win. That's a 4K for him. Winthrop continuing this early streak of dominance. That's 4 in a row for them now.
Very calm and collected on the side of Winthrop, recognizing you lose those 3 players towards short, yes, but Hollywood is able to pick up those 2 kills, get the Viper's Pit online, and is able to instantly make the decision to pop it. And we see in that 1v1 situation with Taiga as he just dances around him. Here's the fake tap coming in towards the bomb, knows exactly where Taiga is able to put down the ultimate, while Taiga still being decayed from the ult makes him so low and so vulnerable to what Winthrop wanted to do, and Case just finding the 1v1 is able to finish it off.
Yeah, still really unfortunate that JP wasn't able to get involved in that fight earlier. You have to think that his impact may have made a difference for St. Clair, but a new round, new things are happening. Seth is going to be the opening hero, finding 2 to start. Oh my goodness, he's got the 4K. Can he secure the ace? He can't. Taiga's going to clean it up for him, but a great response from St. Clair. Coach doing it all himself with a massive 4K.
What a beautiful set play coming in on the side of St. Clair. They recognize that Winthrop likes that C aggression early, and we see as soon as that Neon put that wall up, the stun coming in from Taiga, stunning absolutely everyone towards long. Seth getting ahead of that wall is able to find the kill onto the Neon, and still better yet, transfer onto 3 more players with the 4K. Very unfortunate, not able to get that ace onto Echo with the Odin. It's very unfair gunfight, but still amazing 4K and very hype boosting round that St. Clair needed.
That's exactly what they needed. I mean, you let Winthrop take 4 in a row. You finally get back in the win column. It's not a bad deficit. You're only down by 1. Very, very possible to get back in this game. You just need some more gunfights to go your way. If you can stave off this aggression that Winthrop likes to run on C long, you might have a shot, as now they start to rotate back around to A.
Hollywood getting so much information towards a St. Clair, having thrown 0 util, no man there. We see the Owl drone finally coming in, is able to spot Hollywood and puts Winthrop. They just have to freeze here, maybe decide to go back towards A, but we see this operator on instinct moving towards that C site. Might be a little premature, and only 2 players on Winthrop just creeping up on this long angle, having to throw 1 smoke for them, just try and bait St. Clair to rotate, try and make them move, try and make them do something. We see Case sprinting in on that Neon. These St. Clair players hear this. Skyproof finding 1 on Seth. JP trying to get the spray with the Odin, is not able to. Just has to get as much support as humanly possible as we see these Winthrop players moving towards C. The operator is not able to find 1.
Yeah, this fake coming through onto B is now Winthrop making their way over to C. Oh my goodness, Hollywood is going to make a big play, but JP with a big play of his own. That's a triple, a quad with the Odin, single-handedly keeping St. Clair in this round. Case is just going to have to back away. He doesn't want any of that smoke. St. Clair are going to tie it up after a Herculean effort from JP. Wow, what a clip.
4K after 4K coming in on the side of St. Clair. First our coach, next our Sentinel player. Oh, just so many huge plays from individual players, just trying to bring St. Clair back from the brink. And Hollywood, the 4K through the Viper Pit. We see Seth with the 4K towards long, and JP with his 4K towards garage, just spraying down Winthrop with this Odin. 1 by 1 they fall, and Case being forced in a position to save.
Looking like Tony Montana and Scarface. He said, say hello to my little friend, and he's going to get that 4K. I mean, that's a great motivation, just a booster for St. Clair. I mean, you let Winthrop run wild at the start, and they're able to respond. I mean, both teams are playing at a really high level right now. This is some incredible Valorant we're seeing early on. Both teams just, you know, it's like 2 champions in the ring. They're just going punch for punch, right? It's going to be really interesting to see how either team responds here. Huge round early to break this tie.
Oh, we see Hollywood with this pretty good lurk coming in towards A. Gets spotted out by the KJ turret, just being forced in a position to back up. Instinct up so far, is not able to pick his target, and Case makes Instinct fall. 5v3 now on the side of Winthrop University. Seth just trying to make anything happen, peeking towards this garage angle. Very dangerous for this solo Astra, but just having to do something.
That's a massive pick for Winthrop. You take that op off the board and Instinct off the board as well. Could be a big chance for Winthrop to push on this aggression. You have A completely open. Nobody in St. Clair in the same postal code as the rest of Winthrop, as they're going to get this plant off for free, essentially. And they have all the time in the world to set up their defense.
Oh, we see St. Clair. They tried to get the triple flank through, but it's just not working the right way. Tillo is able to find the kill onto Hollywood. Skyproof is able to find the kills onto Tillo and JP Seth. Once again, being forced in a position to save this next round. If he's able to survive, he's able to buy one teammate a weapon, and Instinct getting closer and closer to that Blade Storm might be able to make something happen with a weaker buy as we get closer to the end of this half. Seth, hearing Skyproof here, is able to find that one kill onto him, but now Winthrop knows exactly where he is. Seth just having to do his absolute best to survive, gets Omen blinded, is nearly able to find Case, but in the end, he falls.
Neon Slide too strong. In that case, as Seth wasn't able to stave off Winthrop, but still a good round, I think, all things considered. Those opening 2 picks, definitely starting the collapse of the round, but St. Clair still able to put up a bit of a fight. This hasn't been a complete domination from Winthrop. If anything, you can say that this has been a fairly evenly matched game. Both teams having the lead for a bit, having time behind, so this could be anybody's series. I mean, we're getting close to halftime now. I think St. Clair has to feel good about taking a bit of a good stretch on defense here on Winthrop's map pick, as now we get into this next round. Instinct going with the op once again. Hopefully he could be a bit more useful this time.
Oh, Instinct he tried to creep onto that close angle, but so much utility coming in from the side of Winthrop, just having to force him all the way back, going a little too far back, honestly, just trying to get as close to this heaven angle and hold long as possible. Oh, we see him peeking so wide, and 2 players of Winthrop here. Slight might be ready for a Case. Is not able to see his gun barrel, but Instinct finding that 1 kill onto Hollywood, and that is absolutely massive. That is the Viper's pit down, that is the Viper's wall down, and only 1 smoke on the side of Neats, and Instinct finding 2 onto Case. Now this gives St. Clair so much breathing room. Everyone just has to play exactly where they have been currently. Just play retake. They're down 2 mans. They cannot throw this.
I don't want to say anything is guaranteed, because and you looked at me right after too, being like, oh, surely not. Surely this is going to be around for St. Clair, but those opening picks from Instinct definitely, like you said, give them some breathing room. Got the Killjoy ult coming through as well. Echo gonna try and spray down some members of St. Clair. It's gonna not find anybody. Tillo, though, does get a pick before getting traded out. Instinct, that's his 3rd of the round with the shorty. Taiga adding another one for good measure. St. Clair tying it back up at 5. Good response from them once again. They've really been able to, if they've been going down, they are able to fight their way back into it. I've really been impressed by what they've been showing me so far.
Especially with St. Clair, with how they're using their ultimates and how they're cycling them, I think it was extremely smart. Having to put Winthrop between a rock and a hard place that round, you either are walking into the KJL or you're walking into the operator in A link there. It just made it so awkward for them, and the breach stun coming through from Taiga just absolutely sealed the deal, gave Instinct that 1v1, just able to kill the Omen with the shorty and just clean up the round fully. A pretty weaker buy coming in on the side of Winthrop. We see 2 Stingers just trying to save for this second to last round here, try and make something happen. But again, our ultimate rotation on the side of St. Clair, we have the Astra ultimate, we have the Sova ultimate, not wasting it that last round as Winthrop tapped towards B was, I think, absolutely integral to winning that round.
Winthrop calling a timeout here. I think that's a really smart play. St. Clair's been building a lot of momentum in these last few rounds. Winthrop had a sizable lead, but St. Clair just clawing their way back. 3 out of 4 rounds going their favor. And they've, like we said, they've shown a lot of fight, a lot of grit, I think, has been the word of the day so far in this first round. There is still a lot of time left. Winthrop and St. Clair will have a chance to swap sides as well. We'll see how they're able to do on the opposite end of the field. But so far, St. Clair has to be impressed with how they've been playing so far, but it doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish, and that's the big thing that St. Clair is going to have to find out. Can they finish this map after having a great start, or are they going to let it slip through their fingers like it has been these last couple weeks?
Very good bait coming in from the side of Winthrop. They baited that set play that St. Clair had shown with the Astra and the Breach Stun. It just is able to put the Breach out of commission for so long. Case just sliding through, not even having to pop his ultimate ability, finds the kills onto Seth and Taiga, gets the 140 dink on Tillo, but is not able to finish the kill. Oh, very awkward retake coming in for the side of St. Clair, being down 2 in such a situation. Instinct is able to find the kill onto Skypoof through mid, and this seems winnable. We handed JP the op, as we know, with his chamber. He's known for these operator kills. Neat just trying to find anything with the ultimate. Decides to cancel it. JP finds the kill onto Hollywood. Is getting tagged by the Sova ultimate. Just ultimately decides to stick in Tillo. Only having to hold JP. Gets the bomb to half. Echo 1 HP towards that long angle. JP just trying to peek hold. Gets the kill. Very close to the bomb defusal and is able to find it. 2.2 seconds left on the round, and that is 6-5 on the side of St. Clair.
That was a big moment, but JP, it's every day for him. This is just casual for him. Nothing crazy about clutching up that round. We're going to see it once again. Another great opening from Case. I mean, that should have probably been a pick onto Tillo, but he is going to take it all day. And just great poise and composure from JP to dodge that Sova ult, win the 1v1 against Echo, and defuse in time. St. Clair back in the lead.
Especially with this last round coming through, having this Astro wall for the retake, St. Clair might want to fully just give up a site, as we see Instinct being left completely alone towards A, just having to dash out and just be able to play by himself and just play retake with the Astra ult would be perfect. Case does have this Neon ultimate, which could absolutely tear a hole in what St. Clair wants to do, but again, just having to play that retake, trying to let Instinct get one, just find anything with this operator, even behind this Viper wall. It's okay. Just someone has to go towards long. Everyone cannot funnel through short, even behind the Viper wall. It's just not smart, and it's not what a team like Winthrop would do. As we see the Owl Joel coming through, and Case popping that Neon ultimate ability. Oh, Instinct is nearly just off. Oh, Tillo stuck it towards heaven, just has to get out. The KJ ultimate coming in towards short, and so many Winthrop ults just being burned here. 2 players detained. Tillo stuck towards this heaven angle, and the Viper's Pit once again coming in from Hollywood. We saw how Hollywood likes to play with these Viper's Pits. We saw what he can do. So it's definitely a more dangerous position for St. Clair to be in. The Owl drone coming through is barely not able to see Hell. Neat finding the kill onto Tillo with the operator. Headshot even. Astro Wall being popped 1 by 1. Our Saints fall, and that is the round for Winthrop University. 6-6 half. Not bad. Definitely not what I was expecting. I think we played that defense half very well, in my opinion.
No, I think the same thing. I mean, I would definitely take a tie half any day of the week. I mean, there were moments. There were moments where Winthrop completely dominated, but then St. Clair was able to find something within themselves and come back and find an answer, and definitely look a lot more composed and dialed in than what we saw the other day. As now everybody gets to swap sides, and we'll see how St. Clair does on the attack. Already stacking up for a push on C Long. It's like Winthrop going to be expecting this aggression, and they're ready for it.
Oh, a 5-man fight towards long. 5v3 coming in on the side of St. Clair. The stun coming through. Case able to find 1, 2. Seth gets the trade onto Case. Skypoof taking a lot of damage from that KJ Melanie, but St. Clair are hurting. So many players falling. That is your entry completely negated. Instinct falling at that time.
Yeah, that's just the absolute worst case scenario for how that opening pick could have gone. And now you give Winthrop a chance to regain that momentum that they had lost, with St. Clair finding a way back in. That man advantage going to be big. You do lose Hollywood. That is your Viper down, but Hollywood's still going to make an impact. As Taiga does find another one as well.
Doesn't want to plant there. Thinks that's a better spot for the spike, as now it's up to Taiga and JP to try and clutch this up. Not impossible, given the situation. That's a good start for Taiga. Does find the pick on a Sky Poof. 19 HP left, does get the blind. On to Neat. Hollywood adding another one. It's going to be a 1v1 now. JP, or sorry, 1v2 now is Neat and Hollywood still left. JP getting some shots down, but Hollywood is going to be the victor at the end of the day. Winthrop back in the lead.
Oh, very, very close for the side of St. Clair. Taiga doing the absolute most at 19 HP, still being able to find that kill towards A-Link. Absolutely monumental, especially after this blunder of a C fight, just losing so many players. But JP as well, oh, so unfortunate. He's not able to find that one pick towards Neat and Hollywood. Hollywood with the jiggles, just too much, the movement, the movement's there.
The movement is too crazy. It's too crazy. And I mean, that's what we talked about, Neon is going to be a big impact character in this series so far. And I mean, that has been the story. Is Saints now another chance to go at it. Gonna be taking this pick through Courtyard, but Winthrop already in a position to get the defenses going as Instinct flying in, trying to look for some early picks as the Saints not going to be going through there. That fake onto B, not landing anything, not getting anything, maybe some intel gained.
Oh, and Winthrop seems to be aware of the potential A-hit. As they hear the Owl drone coming through, but St. Clair deciding to pivot back, trying to get some more space towards B. Getting that Viper Molly out was absolutely huge. Hollywood spotting the shoulder, is not able to find the spam. Low toxins. This Viper Wall is going to be down very soon. We see the Marshal from Instinct just trying to find that pick, trying to find an angle, having to recall the star. Look towards Garage. Tillo being the first man up. Instinct finding that one kill onto Skypoof through window. Absolutely massive for St. Clair as we see Winthrop instantly shifting towards C, but St. Clair making the instantaneous decision to run back towards that B site. The stun coming through. Oh, the Neon Stun absolutely huge. A backstab from Tillo and Seth, able to find the 2 kills onto Neat and Case, leaving Winthrop in a 5v2 situation. I was about to mention the force on the side of St. Clair being a mistake, but it seems to have nearly paid off as JP just falls to Echo. 1v4 situation for Echo. Just play time, play your crosses as, oh, never mind. Taiga peeks and is able to find it. Only one player from St. Clair dropping in that force round. So much value that they retained.
And that's the big thing we've noticed is St. Clair's been able to get these rounds to go in their favor. We've seen oftentimes there have been some rounds where they need a big play to happen and they just can't find anything. And I mean, it looks like Echo might have been starting that, train for Winthrop after that flick on a JP, but thankfully Taiga, like I said, he swung and he won. That's all that matters for St. Clair as they continue to stay in this dogfight of a match with Winthrop. 7-7 now. Let's see what they can do on another round of attack.
Oh, Case getting so far up. Gil was able to find that kill onto JP. JP just barely letting go of the angle the moment that Case walks up and is just able to find that kill onto him. Oh, that was disgusting. Losing your Sentinel in a position like this, especially with Winthrop on such a weaker buy, we just have to stop all the plans we wanted to towards C. Just having to reset, try and pick up whatever JP had, make sure no Winthrop players are pushed up, overstaying their welcome, and just trying to find anything neat. On top of that, B-Box tries to spam with the Guardian, is not able to find any damage nor a kill, takes him himself, and is just forced to back up. So much utility already being taken out on the side of Winthrop as we see Neat with no smokes, only a paranoia to his hand. But Case himself, he's just in this A site so early. The reads, the communication coming through for Winthrop, and this is exactly what you need in a spot like this when St. Clair's up so much money as we see. Ooh. The take starting to come through. Amazing flash from Taiga, having to swing together. Seth finding 2 kills onto Case and Echo.
Yeah, Till is going to attempt to get the plant down, but he's going to fake it, and he finds more members of Winthrop as now Neat in the 1v3, or Hollywood in the 1v3, excuse me, is he's going to try and creep his way forward. Spike is down. Going to be a tall order for him. Does have potential to find an answer. Don't think Instinct is going to know that he's swinging, but it doesn't matter as Instinct finds the kill regardless. It does not matter if you face him head on or try and swing him. He will find you and he will get you as St. Clair once again answer Winthrop's aggression and are back in the lead.
As our host was talking about, St. Clair is definitely a momentum and emotion driven team, and as we see getting out of that half, we came in swinging, we came in confident, and we knew what we wanted to do. Everyone is aiming, everyone is playing together, and it's definitely paying off.
No, absolutely. It's been a much more composed and dialed in Saints team tonight. I've been very impressed with what we've seen tonight. I think we were expecting just complete and utter domination from the side of Winthrop, but St. Clair doing a really good job of staying in this series. And with the way they've been playing, I mean, who knows? Maybe they will take this one. I mean, it's still too early to call, but it definitely has potential to be a banger of a series. Absolute cinema could be coming to your home, ladies and gentlemen. Another opening pick on the side of St. Clair as they want to keep this aggression going.
Oh, this attack operator coming in from Instinct to St. Clair, pausing the momentum, just playing a little bit differently, making Winthrop guess. That owl drone towards Garage, absolutely amazing on the side of Tillo. 2 players just able to get those wall bangs and able to kill that KJ is just absolutely huge. Case hearing that operator towards me is able to get a dink. Hollywood, even behind his wall, able to find Tillo. And now St. Clair have been put a little bit on the back foot. Instinct himself being put down to just 1 HP, and Case alone towards the C site.
That's been the story, I think, of this whole series, is why once you think somebody has an advantage, the other side just comes in with a response. Taiga is going to get that spike planted now. Winthrop having to scramble and get back into the swing of things. Seth finding another pick to make things a little bit easier for St. Clair as we get the standoff here. Look at this.
Oh, is Seth aware? More Winthrop players coming to just absolutely support Taiga. Falling as well. Instinct is able to find the 1 with the operator, and Instinct left in the 1v2. Close right on this B-box. JP, sorry, is able to find the kill towards Echo, and that's 9-7 for the side of St. Clair. Very well played.
It's the biggest lead they've had since the start of the game as we approach close to the end of this first map. But again, these are the situations that St. Clair has gotten in that trouble starts to arise. Don't want to call anything yet, but we've seen moments like this where they have an advantage and they let it slip through their fingers, so they're going to have to make sure that they can stay composed and not let Winthrop get into it. I mean, but right now, you force them into a bad buy. You got rifles on line, 2 stingers for Winthrop. As long as you keep these opening picks to a minimum, almost finding Echo there on the cross was Instinct, couldn't finish it off. But that's exactly what you need. You need these big early picks to come through and not let that happen. You cannot afford to lose members early and let Winthrop get some more utility.
St. Clair just a little bit forced to take towards this A site. There's so many players of Winthrop on this flank here. So they just have to overwhelm Hollywood as soon as possible. The team blind coming in, but Tillo just absolutely donning that flank. No smokes, no problem. Tillo has the flank handled as we see the bomb coming through. Such a weaker buy. Oh, Skyproof. Putting Winthrop in an even position now. Slightly winnable, but the health advantage on the side of St. Clair is there. Skyproof already up and out, is able to find the 4K onto JP, on for the ace, but Hollywood just finds Tillo. Again, another 4K this map. Wow. Everyone on every side is just finding these picks, finding these 4Ks, just these huge individual moments, just doing anything to try and stop the other team's momentum, as we see Winthrop finally some light shining through.
Yeah, we've been getting teased with all these 4Ks. You know, we're waiting for somebody to break through and find the ace. But I think what's bigger about what just happened there, what we just saw, is, again, it's another response from Winthrop. Once you think St. Clair has it in the bag and finds the momentum, Winthrop is able to find something within themselves and get back into the fight. That huge 3K from Echo was the catalyst to that big push that Winthrop was able to get done. See if St. Clair is able to respond with a big moment of their own. Still in the lead, but slowly diminishing as Winthrop, proving that they are not going down without a fight. Hollywood, another big opening pick for Winthrop, is now St. Clair going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Oh, Seth falling there once again so early hurt St. Clair so much. Hollywood, especially with that Viper's Pit, is able to stop so much of St. Clair's momentum. But Skypoof falling to Tillo and is able to get his own trade. JP towards this A angle. Just calm, collected, is able to find these two. Taiga being put in such a hard position, drawing these St. Clair players over towards A. Hollywood, oh, that Viper's Pit getting negated, being left in the 1v2 situation. But St. Clair a little bit disconnected here. We see JP towards long, just having all these players be aware of this flank. Doubling up long, absolutely correct in a situation like this. Even with the Viper wall, even with the Viper molly, we still have our KJ mollies for this attempt. KJ Turret spotting him.
Hollywood's going to have to play this really, really carefully now. Does have Heaven, but jumps down. The spike in the corner. Still has some Toxin left, still has some util. That is going to make things a little tough as he gets concussed. That wall does go up. He's going to have to go quick. The blind comes through. He's going to have to pray. Oh, he gets out of the blind and finds Taiga, but JP is going to clean it up. That was looking a little hairy for a second there. Almost looked like Winthrop was going to be able to pull it off, but St. Clair, once again, they push it down. They're about to hit the silencer on this one. Still some more work to go, though, but they're looking good. Well, they're looking real good right now.
That's definitely the type of communication I need from those two players in a situation like that. Tillo himself here, getting adventurous, but still is able to find that kill for himself. JP holding down towards A. But again, in that post plant, they played that so perfectly. The communication to know Taiga has both blinds. We still have a KJ molly up. Everything is completely fine.
Everything is completely fine, but still some more work to go through. Oh my God, Case once again just delivering with the Sheriff. I mean, what more could you say? I mean, he has been a big star. He's been a big star for Winthrop so far tonight, making those big plays happen and keeping them in this series, this back and forth series. It's going to come down to individual skill, I think. You know, we always talk about how you want to play off of contact in these big series, and that's what it's going to come down to. Who's going to be the one to make those big plays happen? Oh my goodness, that's going to be a clip you're not going to want to see again. Hollywood, the victor in that one. Now Winthrop in an advantageous situation once again, this 5v2. Seth, oh, can't do it either. Hollywood, his rampage continues.
Oh, so many players of St. Clair falling. No 4K again on the side of Hollywood, but 3K nonetheless, able to one by one just pick off St. Clair. We see the KJ turret break towards window, just letting Case creep up completely by himself and catch St. Clair off guard, able to, again, that neon speed, get out so quickly that no trade is even remotely possible.
And you can see it on the face of the players, is that this has been just an exhausting first map right now. It has been so back and forth. I mean, it's still hard to predict who's going to win this one. Both teams are just playing on an absolute level. St. Clair electing to take a timeout here. I think that's a great thing to do. Gather your thoughts a little bit. Winthrop starting to pick up heat once again. St. Clair, they need to find an answer to close this one out and make sure they keep the momentum on their side.
I don't think there's anything inherently incorrect with how St. Clair are playing. I think more so it's coming down to how long Seth can survive for and how often we're ulting. I think, especially for a round like this, we need to see a fast push, maybe an Astro Wall or a Breach ult coming in towards the C site, because C, in my opinion, has been underutilized this entire half on the side of St. Clair.
Would be the case. I mean, they have been really comfortable with these B and A takes think that, you know, might be the remedy for this stalemate, is taking an aggressive C hit. But again, it's, remember the last time they tried to be aggressive on C and Winthrop was absolutely ready for it. It looks like it's going to be something similar here. Two members of Winthrop, that's Sky Poof and Hollywood, putting some work in early, but Instinct gonna try and use his ult, but Hollywood, an instant 3K. He is just on a tirade once again, being that guy for Winthrop.
Wow, I had the correct call, but I didn't realize Hollywood was that guy.
Not familiar with your game, Hollywood. We do have to apologize, but man, what a big impact he's been.
Just absolutely aura farming towards Platt there, just standing there, finding 3 kills on the side of St. Clair. And Winthrop knows they could just play this 8th retake completely by themselves. JP having to go forward, having to try and find one. Unfortunate, not able to get that kill. But Seth, again, having to go forward, just do anything you can in a 1v5 situation like this, as we see Winthrop tying up the score.
And that's the second flawless round in a row for Winthrop. It's 2 really good rounds for them. They are back in the series. I think we knew this was going to be a dogfight on map 1, and we are seeing it in full force here. See if St. Clair can find some answers and stave off Winthrop's attacks, because they have just looked very clean and very fresh right now. Who's going to be the one to step up for St. Clair?
I think the person that has to step up and has been really impactful this entire game, in my opinion, is Taiga. On that breach, I was knocking the breach pick a little bit in the beginning, but the way he's used his flashes and his aftershock have really helped change rounds in a way that most people wouldn't really see, as we see a fast take coming in from St. Clair on the side of A. Just opting to pause a little bit. The dash and the breach stun coming through. Just trying to find any timing that they can. Hollywood himself jumping through window. Might not be aware of Seth towards spawn here. Seth finding the 1. Backstab onto Case. 2 onto Echo, and Tillo turning around is able to get that kill towards Hollywood as the KJ ultimate takes down towards A. And that's the A site completely free for St. Clair.
Yeah, they're going to have to take advantage of this. This is a big round for St. Clair to take. Not a great situation economically right now. You need to come out with something here, and they're in a good spot to get it. Seth, he stays hot, cleans up neat, nice and tidy. Is Sky Poof the only member left alive for Winthrop, and he's not going to get anywhere near the A site. He's just going to concede.
I think Seth heard me when I said he has to do better at staying alive. Just absolutely proving me wrong, getting that 3K, and again, getting closer to that Astra ultimate.
Still close to that ult, and still close is the score of this first map. Haven just back and forth between both schools here. St. Clair and Winthrop just continuing to go at it. It's been super exciting so far, and we got more coming up. We still have to figure out who's going to be the winner of this map. I mean, like, to me at least, it seems like this is going to have to be decided in overtime, unless somebody's able to step up and make a big play here. But it definitely smells like we got overtime coming.
I think, this is so dangerous. 5 ultimates on the side of Winthrop, and we see how Hollywood has played and just absolutely danced with that Viper Pit. Yes, St. Clair was able to neutralize it that last round, that Hollywood dropped the ultimate by going towards A, getting all those picks, and just forcing Hollywood to try and retake in a 1v2 situation. But still, by himself, he's able to close so much of the map, as we see with the 25 and 13 scoreline. Oh, very just hugely impactful. Taiga opting to adventure by himself here towards A. Just trying to get as many rotates as possible. The fake ult coming in towards A, as Winthrop recognized that no one's really through on A. Just opting to pause towards B. Instinct finds that 1 kill onto Hollywood. JP is able to find Case, and this kind of opens up the B site a little bit for St. Clair. But again, pausing in these situations, absolutely integral. You have 1 minute left on the clock. So many options you can do, and so little players on the side of Winthrop give you time. That's all they need in this round, time, as Taiga calls everyone over towards this A site. And again, absolutely free. Yes, Tillo falls towards window and flank here for Echo, but still not bad at all for St. Clair, as we opt to take CT. Instinct jumping. Oh, Skypoof finding 2 and this just became winnable for Winthrop University. Seth is able to get that kill onto Neat, but the KJ ultimate through heaven, just forcing St. Clair back 1v1. Taiga is able to win it against Skypoof, and this is a 2v1 for Echo, having to use the Astra Suck towards bomb, but it gets halved. St. Clair none the wiser. Taiga util out, just falls to Echo 1v1 with Code 7. Echo finds it, is able to bring this score again. 11-11, so equal, so back and forth. Oh, and so many ultimates used on the side of St. Clair. Such an expensive round.
Well, we told you it was going to be cinema tonight, folks. And I mean, if you haven't been enjoying this, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. What an effort from Echo, that solo effort to not only win the battle, but get the defuse as well in time. And like you said, very expensive round for St. Clair here. I don't want to say that this is the one that decides it all, but you have to think whoever wins this round is going to have that momentum to potentially bring their team to the win here. And we'll see who it's going to be. Case, though, he's getting aggressive early, and he's going to be rewarded for it, as that's Instinct falling. In Case does get lit up a bit, but is going to be able to fall back. St. Clair losing their duelist, losing their opening fight, as now the plans have changed. And let's see where they decide to go next.
Again, we see this Viper's pick dropping towards C, giving Winthrop that confidence, so much confidence to have Case run up there with the Odin. And that extra penetration that the Odin has, Instinct having nearly no chance. Getting Case down to 22 HP, yes, but the Odin just too strong as he falls. And again, man advantage for Winthrop University.
Man advantage for Winthrop, but still been slow on either side. Neither team trying to push. Winthrop not using this man advantage to gain some more ground. They are being patient and waiting for this expected A push that the Saints are trying to investigate now, but not convinced, as Neat finds another one. That's Tillo falling now, as now the situation becomes that much harder for St. Clair, as another lost gunfight, as JP going down as well. Winthrop in a position to plunge the dagger in.
St. Clair just being forced in a position to save this round. We might see a little bit of hunting coming through on the side of Winthrop, but they opt to play it safe. Just try and keep as many guns, try and keep your economy up as much as possible. Just play towards that 13th round. And match point for the side of Winthrop University. But again, this has been so incredibly back and forth. St. Clair have the chance to take this towards overtime with the Astra ultimate. But on the side of Winthrop, we have the Neon ultimate, the Sova ultimate being used, non-used. This half could be absolutely monumental in their winning this game.
It's going to be tough either way. I mean, now Winthrop with match point. You got some ults online. You got 3 Odins to use now. And I think Winthrop, they're going to try and press the issue here. They're going to try and be as aggressive as they can to potentially find these opening picks. They're going to be waiting to play off of contact now. You know that they're going to be hunting, and they're waiting for it. St. Clair, got to be careful here. You know that one mistake could lose the entire game. Seth is going to get something going here. Instinct is going to try and play off of that util. The Astra wall does go up to give St. Clair a little bit of pressure, or a little bit of breathing room onto B. Instinct getting some height as well. Skypoof just waiting for this wall to go down. Echo, it's a big pick with his Sova ult, but Instinct with an instant response onto Skypoof to keep this game 4 apiece. But I don't think they know that Case is lurking around the corner with the Odin. Instinct, he is aware of this, keeping the man advantage for St. Clair. Spike is down. Winthrop now have to respond.
As we see Instinct overstaying his welcome here towards the seaside, but Winthrop is aware, getting absolutely spammed out by Hollywood, but still 4v3 retake for Winthrop. Extremely hard as we see all our St. Clair players just playing off. Hollywood again is able to find the pick on towards Taiga. No half coming in towards the bomb for Echo. It's just standing together, gets spammed by JP. Just Hollywood having to force defuse Neats with the protection squad, and the shorty does not have the range as Winthrop take the map. 13-11, so close. A very unfortunate loss for St. Clair.
That is just an absolute soul-crushing loss. You were so close the entire time, back and forth the entire time, only to lose it at the very end. I mean, I think soul-crushing is a light way to say it. Smoke, we'll get you back in for some thoughts. You were shaking your head, furiously writing down notes at the end here. What was going through your mind watching that game, map 1? Just an absolute banger of a first map in this series.
Man, that was tough. And I don't know if you boys can see my book right now, but yeah, the notes were noting. Yeah,
got 2 whole pages of notes. We're gonna have to
listen.
Wow.
I will say this right now, right? One thing that I think is key was simply Hollywood's presence on C when St. Clair were on attack, right? The ability to not only, it was stuffed on a C long take 3 times in a row, right? To the point where on the 4th time where you see Hollywood up on the C long take as well, just pops his ult when they're not even taking C long. But the whole point is that they respect this so much. This is in round 23. That you can basically, Hollywood basically just makes it and forces Haven to become a 2-site map. This is extremely huge for Winthrop, and just that pressure alone is the reason why it goes so well for them on defense.
Absolutely crazy. We're going to have to take a break. I mean, I got to catch my breath after that last game, and I hope you folks at home can too. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to break that last game down just a little bit more.
Yeah.
rotation was for Cumberland, but St. Clair breaks the lead. Situation now 1-on-1, 1 HP on this solo, 1 bullet is a 4-person 1v5. Stand against the rest.
Guy to this ball, guy to get down, maybe even get one for the road.
Own standards here here in this overtime period because if we concede a goal, it's over for them.
He's doing a lot of damage, but he's got to keep you over. He avoids the ego.
Bob Waena, no flash, no problem. St. Clair.
Ladies and gentlemen, to St. Clair versus Winthrop for NACE Round 6. I'm Patrick Smoke Chambers, joined on the desk once again by Lello and Evan, not really Evan Johnson. Guys, that was an absolute barn burner of a game there. It took all 24 to have it decided. 13-11 your score line. And man, this is looking awfully familiar to a certain Division 1 series right now, barring a difference of one round on Haven. If history were to repeat itself, then we got a 13-5 coming up on Lotus and our night's over. No, I'm just kidding. That's, again, it's in the cards. I'm just saying, it's in the cards barring one round. And no, I will say next game, St. Clair, they definitely need to get mentally recomposed because you got to go next map. But that being said, let's kick it to some stats right now as we have pulled up. This one was literally the definition of back and forth. St. Clair with a clean 6-6 despite a Haven defense, but could not get it over the line as their attack just simply fell short. And I started to kind of break down why that was, and there might be a man named Hollywood on that team that may have caused that.
Maybe. He was the star for Winthrop in that game. But again, I really was impressed by what St. Clair was able to put up. I mean, that was a really gutsy map from them. I mean, we were talking about how the skill discrepancy, is there, but I mean, they've been able to hold serve with Winthrop this entire time. It's just those couple rounds where one mistake leads to, just this avalanche of, bad things to happen. And, you take one of the, take a few of those early rounds that, you lose a gunfight or, maybe it goes your way. But I'm impressed that it was close. And I'm hoping that they can at least keep a performance like that into the next map.
Definitely. I don't want St. Clair to be down and out about this loss because, yes, it is a loss because of some small mistakes, but it's not a bad loss whatsoever. 13-11 is a good scoreline. It is good, and they know that they have Winthrop's number in certain aspects. If they're able to keep that in mind and bring that in towards our map pick of Lotus, I do believe we will see St. Clair coming out on top.
They're going to have to set the tone early, though. I mean, I think what happens is, if you give Winthrop too much space to go or room to breathe, they're going to pounce, right? Like, they're not going to let you make those mistakes that some other teams would let you get away with. So you have to make sure that you can set the tone early. This is your map pick. Prove why you love playing on this map and are dominant on this map. Forget about Division 1 the other day. That doesn't matter anymore because we are here instead. You got dog walked on in Division 1. Now it's the time to respond and show Winthrop why you're so good on Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, again, right, this is a little bit of a tough one. Especially, I look at a pivotal round as well, round 14. This is St. Clair right after they've lost the pistol round, right? Lalo's looking at me, and he's typing on his keyboard, and he's like, oh my god, St. Clair forced by, no problem. And they end up winning, and it goes really well. And then through there, they win the next two rounds. And all of a sudden, you're sitting back, and you're like, wow, so St. Clair off a pistol round loss have won 3 of the last 4. That's insane, right? They're looking so poised to just take the game. And immediately, I'm sitting here, and I'm like, are we really going to see St. Clair beat Winthrop on Haven here? Again, I get it was a close matchup, but just not what I expected from their map pick. And then all of a sudden, yeah, Winthrop may or may not have pulled a thrifty in round 17, and then after that, won 6 of the next 8. So it really does go to show you. I'm not necessarily saying it's an economy thing, but it definitely helped when Hollywood was able to be then put in poised positions to be able to contest C-Long, because after that thrifty goes down, guess what? Hollywood stuffs C-Long 3 damn times in a row and then gets the privilege of just popping the ult again in round 23, which is so pivotal. And St. Clair, because they've seen it so many times before, they don't even realize that when he does that, he's the only one there. There's no one else to help him. But it's because they've just seen it fail so many times before, they're expecting that they're going to be loaded up. They try to rotate over to, I believe, A, if I can quickly look back here. Yep, they rotate through A. They do an A-long slow press, and immediately they get baited into 3 Winthrop players who are sitting there because of the fact that Hollywood alone can turn Haven into a 2-site map.
And yeah, he is the star, right? And he was the one to get it up. It's not just Hollywood winning gunfights, it's how effective his util was as well. Like, how many times did we see a Saints retake or a Saints push get thwarted by a Viper's pit, or Winthrop setting up a play based on a Viper wall, right? He was just in so many situations and just impacting so many different plays for Winthrop, and he really was the X factor for them and the reason why they were able to win this game. If St. Clair has any hope of closing Lotus out in their favor and pushing this to map 3, they have to figure out a way to shut him down and make sure he has a quiet game too.
We're definitely going to see more of the same on the side of Hollywood, probably playing that Viper, opting towards that double controller meta, which has dominated the past patch. St. Clair, they liked playing the Sage. It got brought out a few times on Lotus, but Seth, if I believe he wants to be safe and wants to put St. Clair in a more stable position, has to play Viper. He was effective with the Viper the last time that Lotus was played, and I do believe there's a world where we see more back and forth again on that C long. St. Clair, they're not any snuffs on C either, as we see Seth picking up that 4K that one time and that set play with Tygo and the stun. I do want to give St. Clair a lot of props. I believe they made the best out of Breach that they could, especially with how Winthrop were playing, like, both halves of their sides. They put Tyga in positions where his stuns and flashes were most useful, and I think that's a nod to him and how much he's played the character, how much he knows the character, and how much he is able to just figure out the little nitty-gritty things.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a dogfight either way. I'm expecting another close game on Lotus, but we'll see. St. Clair, they're going to be starting on the attacker side. This is a strong side for them. I think they have to be feeling comfortable on that. But I don't know. I'm hoping it's another close one because, again, that first one was just so fun to watch. So if they can at least keep that entertaining for us, I'll be happy.
Yeah, absolutely. Something as well that St. Clair I noticed immediately was just, man, on entry, the picks just were not going their way. I believe it was 2 rounds in a row where we saw Seth going down as the Astra through 2 times that we saw the C takes get, stuffed out. But something that I want to talk about is Instinct, and more, I guess, towards you guys. Instinct now, what he's going to do on Lotus, right? We saw a lot of the times on defense, Instinct sometimes would push up through a long or a main, and that matchup between him and Case, I'm not going to necessarily say had his way with him, but there were so many times where that first pick came out so quickly and Instinct just couldn't react and simply got speed blitzed. I specifically remember the worst one was when he unfortunately pushed up into grass and then lost an op early, right? So will Instinct keep that same pressure moving on to Lotus? We will see as the agent selection comes on out. Chamber being selected by JP as well, most notably the solo Sentinel being that Chamber. So a little bit interesting there. I'm assuming on the defensive side, most likely going to be holding down well, it depends actually. He could be holding down A, he could be holding down C Mound. So I mean, it's going to be interesting, right? As you look as well, the Duelist being the Raze for Instinct. We've seen him use those blast packs to get deep through B and just push into the opposing spawn side and immediately work on lurking through the flank. You see on the other side of things that Vise picked up by Skypoof, and I think that's the number one thing that I want to hone in on, because yes, while the Neon is fun to watch, this is going to be very interesting to see what the changes to Vise, how badly or well they affect the play on defense here on Lotus.
Definitely the role swapping on the side of Winthrop Hollywood himself surprising me, picking that fade and
initiator,
opting to give Echo the Viper. Again, Seth picking up the Viper and Taiga going his personal favorite, the Omen. We see Tillo locking in that fade, trying to contest Hollywood, and this duelist battle between Raze and Neon having to fall through.
Well, it's going to be interesting, I think, either way. You know, fairly, similar comps. I think Case as well being on that Neon is going to be another one to really set the tone for things early. But the double Viper, I mean, like you said, we saw how impactful Viper was on Haven. So I'm expecting some good Viper plays on either side for this one. But we'll see how the comp changes really impact things. You know, Instinct as well, swapping to the Raze. Gonna have to be, that big impact player once again. Chamber, JP, that's a favorite of his, so a very comfortable pick coming for JP, being that lone sentinel, like we said. One sentinel only for either side. We'll see how that impacts things, but again, St. Clair's map pick, they have to be feeling good. They're starting on attack. Hopefully they're going to be able to come out firing once again, because it was a great first map on Haven. Let's keep this banger series going. It's Lotus, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for Game 2 of this best-of-3 series with Winthrop.
We see St. Clair here starting out on the defense, trying to get more proactive towards this C site. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Winthrop starting on this defense, getting proactive. Instinct just falling. The Omen blind coming through. JP is still able to find that one kill onto Case, just having to back up so much damage. But Taiga getting away with murder, is able to find Neats, but Echo spamming through that smoke finds Taiga once more. Seth being brought down to 1 HP himself. JP being so half HP himself. The bomb just slowly creeping towards that A site. Seth trying to make anything happen. The dog coming through Breakable. St. Clair having to walk through. Seth trying to make something happen, trying to get a solo play. JP himself's kind of stuck in the open. Seth is able to find the kill onto Hollywood. 2v2 situation for St. Clair, opting to go towards B, right into the stack of Winthrop University. Seth swings by himself, falls to Poof and Echo with the high-low. JP forced to back up towards the A site. Tap coming through, trying to get these Winthrop Universities into his crosser, whiffs, and is not able to find the kills. Very, very close round for the side of St. Clair, but Winthrop coming out on top.
Yeah, I think Instinct looked a little surprised that JP wasn't able to get that pick there, but no matter, as it's a new game. It's only down 1. You have time to make a comeback, but another good start for Winthrop. Another pistol round going their way. Hollywood not able to finish off Seth, but Echo, I mean, holy whiff. But Skyboom able to clean that one up, but that was definitely not a clip you're going to see in his highlight reel after. But does not matter as Winthrop opens with the pistol round win. We'll see what St. Clair is going to do here as we get some util out through a lobby, but Winthrop is there to defend. Skypoof opening it up with another kill. 2 opening picks for Winthrop. I don't think that was the round win. Not yet, guys. let's not get ahead of ourselves here. I know Skypoop is going crazy right now, but the round is definitely not over for St. Clair. Another 4K for Winthrop as Skypoop. A courageous solo effort. Winthrop 2-0 lead.
So dangerous feeding this Vise, the 4K, just getting that ultimate cycle on so early is gonna only hurt St. Clair. That Vise ultimate being huge, absolutely massive on the retake for the side of Winthrop. Being 2 points away themselves, Skypoof might be 6-0 so far on this half, just going absolutely crazy. Hollywood being kind of on the back foot for now, but still only 2 rounds in as we see the A mound fight coming through. Seth being forced to back up, just telling his teammates speed up a little bit more towards this seaside. Double hold coming through. The eye from Taiga is able to spot Skypoof. The grenade coming through. Omen blind as well. Skypoof in the open, but St. Clair opts to just back away.
Yeah, I think that's wise. Winthrop definitely aware of what St. Clair is trying to do. This fake through A, not going to fool anybody, as they are just waiting in the wings for St. Clair to make a mistake. That smoke going to extend this waiting period just that little bit longer as the rest of the team coming through. But that gives Winthrop an opportunity to rotate through. Got more members coming through Link to give some more support on the site. And here comes the push from St. Clair. Sky Poof, though, is going to get Instinct to fall first. That is going to stall things out just a little bit more. That Taiga pick as well. Going to make things difficult. Hollywood, 2 of his own. Winthrop still in a good position to secure this round. Tillo is going to be getting good position to get the spike planted on default. Let's see if they can go.
2v3 situation for the side of St. Clair. Only 20 seconds left. Tillo trying to swing that CT angle. Seth is able to find the kill onto Nietzsche. Has to survive, has to live as long as possible. Give Tillo the time to get this spike planted. Seth is able to find the kill onto Case. 69 HP, no shields to his name. Echo left in the 1v2 situation, and St. Clair poised for this, just having to swing off of one another. Echo is able to find the kill onto Seth, but Tillo, nice cleanup, but very, very expensive round for the side of St. Clair.
They are going to take it, though, but that was perfectly executed. Like you said, you let one fall, and then you come in for the retake immediately after. That's perfectly executed from the side of St. Clair, but like you said, very expensive. A lot used in that last round. That was a great pick from Seth, you know, finding that pick through the neon wall as well. You have to think that if that pick doesn't go through, that retake looks a lot different for the side of Winthrop. See what they can do. I'm going to see another mound push out of St. Clair, at least another prowler going out that way, another smoke, try and get something set up on C.
See, I absolutely love what St. Clair is doing here, just trying to force this Vise off of so much space, forcing her to back up, use so much util, is definitely what they need. This A fight, especially the last time Lotus was played for St. Clair, they had little to no success, but now we're seeing so much success towards the C site as Skypoof getting ready for that ultimate, but Taiga pushing forward is able to find the kill onto Hollywood. Opting to use the ultimate towards Spawn, cancels it, but is instantly found. 1 by 1, Winthrop University falls as we see Neats left in the 1v4 situation, is able to find the kill on towards Tillo, but again, this cross that St. Clair is playing, all they need to do is sit. Instinct while blinded, the judge comes through, but JP cleans, and that is 2 for 2. For these rounds. Very well played for St. Clair. They knew they wanted that Vise ultimate to come through. Taiga having the absolute gall to push CT by himself as Omen and get that kill onto Hollywood, absolutely removing the fade from the play, integral to that round win. And again, the trades, the crosses from St. Clair, just perfect as Winthrop falls.
Yeah, they got to be thankful that Taiga was able to come up with something on that push. That could have been disastrous if he fell. And now he got Winthrop in a tough situation now. St. Clair with rifles and a judge online. Only sheriffs for the side of Winthrop. It's going to be a big round for St. Clair to try and continue this momentum push that they've gained. Especially early, and that is going to help. Instinct with 2 with the judge. Another aggressive C take coming from St. Clair. And that's going to be Instinct getting the plant down as well.
Again, Taiga just going on an adventure, is able to find Hollywood's head as the flank comes through from Case. Tillo instantly falls, but St. Clair is aware, putting JP on the angle, just trying to protect this Vandal as long as possible. 4 players just staring in the faces of 2 Winthrop players as they fall, and that is the 3rd round on the side for St. Clair. We even see the bomb being handed over to Instinct, getting closer and closer towards that raised rocket. And again, another C take for St. Clair. Winthrop is definitely going to have to be thinking about, okay, what is not working? They haven't gone A quite literally this entire half. The only person that they've seen towards A through these past rounds has been Seth. The Soul Viper, just there completely alone, has not given Winthrop too much information, and these fast hits on C where it's only the Vise, sometimes the fade, is exactly what St. Clair needs to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think in this case, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If these aggressive C takes are what's getting success to, for you, just keep it going. I mean, Winthrop got to think that they're going to make an adjustment where needed. But St. Clair has to be ready for this momentum switch. If history tells us anything, this series is going to be fought tooth and nail, and that's proof right there as Winthrop responds with 4 picks in the blink of an eye. Instinct, the only member left standing for St. Clair, going to try and push in with the judge. Does find Sky Poof, but Echo going to end it. Winthrop once again tying it up after St. Clair puts up some points on the board.
Wonderfully played by Winthrop. The duo ace coming in for Echo and Case, as we see Case being aware that the Vibes wall was moved towards C, opting to get on the line himself, get aggressive, just get in St. Clair's face. He's able to find those 2 picks be made, and Echo himself swinging out as a Viper through bend, staring down towards C Mound, is able to find those 3 kills, and as Instinct falls as the last player. 3 ultimates on the side of St. Clair, as we see JP popping his ultimate immediately, is able to find Case towards the A long angle by himself, TPs away as St. Clair speed up towards this C site, having to pause, wait for this Viper Orb to go down, and having Tillo pop the ultimate. Instinct coming through with the rocket, is able to find Skypoof, but Skypoof trades himself, the dog towards Tillo. Oh, JP falling, Echo 1 by 1. 2v2 now for St. Clair. Very expensive ultimate-wise, but Hollywood popping the ultimate. The dog coming through is able to spot Taiga. Swings alone, finds both players. Is this retake? 2v2 for the side of Winthrop. Oh, Taiga just barely running out of bullets. Tillo having to play off. Neat 1 HP himself, 30. Not too much to work with. Tillo being aware of this smoke, sees the gun barrel, and is able to clean up Neat nicely. Very good round on the side of St. Clair. Good ultimate usage, very good timing, and JP with that opening pick towards A, just taking that Neon out of the play, out of the equation, opens up so much space and time that St. Clair needed.
And that was a really good round, especially because it looked like Winthrop had gained some wind in their sails once again. You know, you get that opening pick from JP, but then Winthrop coming through and finding all those picks right after. Again, another instance of the series being won in these 1v1, 1v2 scenarios at the end of the game, or the end of the round in the retake. I'm going to see if they can keep it going. JP with the op in hand. He's been on a heat check lately. Let's see if he can stay hot for St. Clair as these C-takes once again come through. Instinct leading the charge with the judge. Hollywood, though, with a quick response, evening it up at 4 once again. The Saints going to rethink their strategy now as another member of Winthrop falls, but another answer as well. Seems like whenever somebody finds a pick, the other team is able to find that response. Is now Hollywood trying to creep his way forward to B. Taiga gonna TP out. JP holding that long angle in main, but still good situation for Winthrop as they creep onto the site. St. Clair giving them a lot of space and being rewarded for it with some picks. Hollywood deep in this Viper pit is gonna fall from Tillo. It's all up to Echo, who somehow stays alive against Tillo. JP gonna have to be the hero now, but that Viper pit gonna make things really tough for him. Echo trying to find the angle, and he's just gonna elect to save. He's not gonna push. My goodness, I thought Echo was in an advantageous position to get that round, but I guess he saw something that we didn't, and they're just going to let St. Clair walk away with it.
Oh, just barely. Echo just barely saw the top of JP's head there. I thought he was about to just snap with the Phantom and find the kill onto JP. Just opts to save. Have to put Winthrop in a position to at least buy one weapon. Just get something. Try and force around here. As we see Taiga with that Omen ultimate is able to find the backstab onto the Heaven players. Gets a little adventurous with the TP, I might say, towards the box, but still, that's another round for the side of St. Clair. Tillo himself being close to this ultimate, as we see Winthrop changing things up, but Seth able to mow down both Case and Echo. Skypoof answering back with the trade. 3v3 for the side of St. Clair. Losing that Viper, losing that Neon is integral, but Tillo with the movement and the gunplay is able to find Hollywood. Instinct trying to fight this Marshall is able to with his judge, and again another round for St. Clair. Very well answered, I might say, for the side of Winthrop, having to pop that Neon ultimate, but Seth standing there, guns drawn, is able to find not one but 2 kills towards that long angle, and the better weaponry for the side of St. Clair just pays off as 1 by 1 Winthrop falls.
This is the biggest lead St. Clair's had in this game so far. I want to think that they can keep this going. I mean, this attack side has been very fruitful for them so far, but still a lot of game left to go. And again, if history says anything, Winthrop is going to find an answer. I mean, well, you are absolutely going crazy next to me. What are you seeing right now? I mean, JP with that opening pick, but clearly there's more to the story.
Oh, I needed to see that JP kill. Again, even finding the wallbang headshot on the Neon through the stun, through the Omen smoke falling, is still able to get onto that angle so quickly, completely by himself, and TP out completely for free. As we see more St. Clair players running towards this C site, trying to draw as many rotates as possible, making noise accidentally. Oh, we might have seen a mouse misclick as the blind coming through, but Taiga just on the other side of it. Hollywood is able to find Taiga right by that switch. Tillo finds Skypoof, and Hollywood himself falls. Echo left in the 1v4 situation, but he is here towards this A site early. Unfortunately, the read is incorrect as St. Clair correctly opt to go towards the B site. We might see Echo just try and save here, just try and bring back Winthrop's economy, but it is looking so dire, and St. Clair so rich themselves.
Yeah, it's going to take a big effort from Echo to even think about winning this round here. Just trying to hold his ground. Little does he know that JP is right on the other side of that A door with an op instinct creeping his way towards A as well. Echo just hearing the sounds of warfare around him as he's cowering in a corner. Instinct though, does he know? Oh, he does, and he is going to get that one. So big return from St. Clair as they're able to find the saving player from Winthrop. Keep their lead going. 4-round lead now. St. Clair really starting to pile it on. This is really what we wanted to see on map 1, but nice to see that they're strong on their own map pick.
Yeah, definitely. And I think something that has been making this game more, I should say, fun for the side of St. Clair is Instinct himself opting to go for a judge most of, if not this entire match, instead of rifling. Has the selflessness to send himself in, try and get one, which he usually has towards the C site especially, and just get traded out immediately. St. Clair with the domination coming through, just being able to find one, two, sometimes 3 picks when they're entering the site. Bombs not even planted yet, and their retake being so hard as we see Winthrop being forced to take a timeout, talking to their coach, trying to change something, if anything, of how St. Clair is attacking. We might see a little bit of change in St. Clair themselves. We see some smiles going around. They know they're having fun. They know they're playing their game exactly how they want to.
Well, one thing to be careful about is just because St. Clair has a lead built up doesn't mean this game is over completely. We've seen multiple times that, and again, we've talked about this many times, that they can let these leads they can lose some steam as they build confidence. So you have to make sure that you keep your foot on the gas pedal and don't let up a single inch to even let Winthrop think about getting back into the round here. Instinct is going to pop his ult, but gets nothing for it as Echo finds the headshot onto Instinct, shutting that down. That's a big swing for Winthrop. Tillo is going to get the spike down, but Winthrop with the man advantage and an ult off the board. You have to feel like this retake is possible.
Only Sheriffs coming through on the side of Winthrop as we see Seth popping that Viper's ultimate and the Steel Garden and the Fate ultimate coming through. Winthrop just being forced to pause in this situation. Take your time. Echo trying to get adventurous, is able to find that 1 kill onto Taiga. Skypoof himself jumping Seth, mowing down Skypoof and Echo respectively, is able to find 1 more kill in the pit. JP and Tilla themselves unaware of Case, just hopped up on this box. Does Tillo fall? No, Seth right there to protect him, and that is a 3K on the board for Seth and another round for St. Clair. 8-3, getting very close to the end of this half, but our Saints are looking confident. They're having fun. They didn't get perturbed at all by Instinct getting 1-deeked by that amazing shot from Echo on the entry, and is still able to have the poise to keep to their plan, take that C site, having Seth pop the ultimate, and everything be fine in the end.
I was going to say, he can go down. It doesn't matter as long as they end up winning the round, and that's exactly what happened. St. Clair cruising early, but Winthrop, another opportunity to get something. JP finds a pick onto Neat with the op. Another great score opening for him. Case going to be his next victim. JP continuing to run point for St. Clair on this A site. Going to try and take some space. Close to rubble. Instinct continuing the onslaught. It has just been night and day for St. Clair, map 1 to map 2. Let's see if JP can find another one here. He's going to get a look through Link. Looks like the Saints are going to elect to rotate over to B now that Winthrop is reeling. They've given up a lot of space on the map. Sky Poof, though, you know the Winthrop, they've been able to answer when faced with adversity, and they're not out of it yet.
Oh, Hollywood on the longest flank of all time, but St. Clair in so many positions. Tillo himself being on this B-Heaven angle is going to hear Sky Poof and finds him. JP himself picking up 3 with the operator. 3 amazing shots coming through. That A fight getting absolutely dismantled as your Omen falls first. Next your Fade, and lastly, the flanker just falls as well. 8-4 half. Oh, sorry, 9-3 half for the side of St. Clair. Very good and substantial lead as we get into the defense here. And as I've said before, I do believe Lotus is a defense-sided map. And with how much fun St. Clair seem to be having and the burner that JP is having with this operator, he is 4 for 4 currently with that initial A fight with his operator. I think they are coming into this next half extremely confident, but I don't want them to get complacent. Keep that tight ship that they've had throughout this entire map and just keep on winning.
Just keep on winning. It's always a good way to get through a good round. It's just to keep winning. But gotta see if Winthrop has anything left in the tank, or else we are going to be going to map 3, Sunset the Decider, on tap for a potential game 3 of this series. We're going to see if St. Clair can close it out here. 4 rounds to go for them. See if Winthrop has any responses. This Viper Wall coming through, closing off main and tree, giving it a little bit of a tough time for Winthrop to get through. Tillo, though, going to find the opening pick for St. Clair. It's been a big difference between this map and the next, is that St. Clair's been able to get these opening frags more consistently than they are able to on Haven. Neat gonna try and jump, not gonna get it. St. Clair gonna clean it up nice and easy. They continue this streak.
Very well played from Tillo there. Overstaying his welcome on that A site only paid dividends as we see Case not fully clearing that backside angle even while Tillo was Omen blinded, is just able to pick up the second kill, and that gave St. Clair so much time to rotate over as we see Seth himself, even as Tillo falls, jumping in, is able to find one for himself. Yes, he falls, but again, 3v2 advantage for St. Clair on a pistol round like this as JP just walks out of the stair smoke, is able to find another one, and that's just the round.
That's going to be another timeout for Winthrop as well. I mean, or for St. Clair, excuse me, not for Winthrop. I mean, clearly they saw something that we didn't. They want to take a time out to think about this and just compose themselves a little bit. I think that's wise, especially when you're in a position to find your first win of the series. So take it slow. You're playing really well. You don't want to screw anything up, ruin what's been working. And it looks like JP especially has got a lot to say.
As I was talking about, keeping that tight ship is so important. I really, really like this timeout for the side of St. Clair, just making sure everyone is focused on these last 3 rounds that St. Clair need to win to close out the map, making sure everyone knows what to do, where to be, and just trying their absolute best to close it.
We're going to have to see if they can close it indeed. Hopefully that timeout pays dividends. JP has got the Marshall. You know, he said he was 4 for 4 with the op. We'll see if he can stay hot with the Marshall. We are going to be seeing him holding down C, trying to stop this mound push. Case with a opening frag, but St. Clair, once again, that judge from Instinct has made a big difference in this one. You talked about how impactful the shotguns have been. I mean, that really has been the difference maker for St. Clair. In this one, Winthrop has just had no answers for it.
Yeah, we see Winthrop being put in a position where they need to force, just try and get anything out of this round. Losing that Neon and that Omen so early, they just need to explore a little bit. But St. Clair is aware, playing extremely far back as I was nearly proved wrong. Tillo, good diligence, just finding that dog there, knowing at least one player of Winthrop is there. Getting on that angle himself, giving JP some time to work up through C-Link, give his teleport time to come back as we see the spike plant coming through.
JP still holding that long angle, waiting for somebody to go between his crosshairs. See if his patience is rewarded. Hollywood, Skypoof, and Echo left alive for Winthrop. Still a 3v3 now. St. Clair has to get in there if they want to stop this. Hollywood, though, and Skypoof going to get the majority of the workload done. Winthrop finally back on the board after a lengthy run from St. Clair. See if they can keep that momentum going. Clearly that timeout paid dividends for Winthrop and not St. Clair.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Taiga himself picking up 2 kills, nearly ending the round completely by himself. But as we saw, that wall bang towards Heaven is just barely not able to find that Vise's head, and Skypoof just runs away with it, plays close left that whole time, not afraid, is able to pick up that kill onto Taiga, and that is the round. We see JP himself getting in that really wide angle, oh, just barely missing the chamber TP, but Seth instantly answering back, is able to find Skypoof instinct with the Bucky, gets that kill onto Case. Just has to do his absolute best to live, wanting that Phantom so badly, trying to spam through the door, is nearly able to find one, gets a little bit of damage on the side of Hollywood. Seth so far up, almost kills Hollywood even with the molly itself, and a tap coming through for the side of Winthrop. Tillo getting that kill onto Neat, sees that Heaven angle, gets taken out by Hollywood, but so much damage. Taiga himself creeping through main. Winthrop is none the wiser. Hollywood left in the 1v3 situation, but Taiga with a random spam through the wall is able to get the wall bang, and that is St. Clair's 11th round.
Hey, they're going to take it. Doesn't matter how they get it. They are going to take it. This is a much more diligent and composed Saints team on Lotus from what we saw in the Division 1 game. Been very impressed with what they've been able to cook up against Winthrop here. A really good response, especially after dropping your first round in a while. Being able to stay composed, keep things high energy, try and get this team this tying win in the series. See what JP's got cooking up here. He's got the Marshall once again, but isn't going to find it. Case is going to outduel him. That time, 1 shot, 1 kill from Case. He's going to find that pick. C looking a little bit more open. Some free real estate there as now more members of St. Clair falling to Winthrop. The C push might still come through. Seth trying to hold it down with Tillo. Gonna have to fall back. This defense, oh my goodness, Seth. A solo effort will be rewarded. It looked like Winthrop was going to have a good opportunity to potentially get around, but Seth with that 3K to keep him in it.
Yeah, no, that proactiveness from Seth and Tillo, getting so close into Winthrop's face as they're trying to rotate towards that A site. So much space made by that Viper, by that Vise towards A and B, just trying to get them to rotate, just being absolutely cut off by Seth's Herculean efforts. So you see the retake starting. Seth able to find that kill onto Echo, is on for the 4K. Hollywood having to pop the ult, but the dog is able to find him creeping up towards Sayers. Seth with the ace. There's the ace. That's what I needed. Very well played from Seth, and especially I want to highlight Tillo. His utility use is absolutely integral to set up Seth for that ace, drawing so many Winthrop players crosshairs. And that's the 12th round for St. Clair. Match point 12-4 currently, having that Viper's Pit online, especially so early into this half. is insanely huge. So many players of St. Clair falling early, but these Herculean efforts from Seth and Tillo towards C is able to cut off so much of what Winthrop wanted to do. We see JP himself in disbelief over his coach's ace.
Say disbelief, almost looks like relief, I think. I mean, I think they're just happy that they can get a map going their way. And I mean, you have the hot hand right now. Try and keep that aggression going. JP still holding down C solo. Winthrop still trying to make a play here. Dog does go through, but JP is going to get rid of it, but that leads to the Winthrop push. This neon ult from Case coming up empty on all sides. Nobody around for him. That is going to be a complete whiff for Winthrop, but does lead to the spike going down onto C. JP now having a chance to reload and get back into the fight. The rest of the Saints having to make their way over, but still have some members of Winthrop to fight through. This isn't over yet, folks. St. Clair 1 round away. Still some work to get done as they need to retake this site. Great work from Instinct. Tillo adding another one as well, 2 as well. Hollywood, though, big response, but that is going to do it. JP going to get the defused. St. Clair winning their map pick on Lotus. And gentlemen, we got a game 3 coming up.
Oh, we have a map 3 on our hands after such a convincing win. 13-4 after losing 11-13. That confidence that St. Clair showed that entire map, even on their attack half, going towards that C site so consistently and as often as they did, showed that they weren't scared. They didn't care. They wanted to go C, and C is where they went. They won so many rounds on their attack half that just gave them the confidence that they needed and the cushion that they needed to capitalize on their defense half, as we see Seth himself acing as I love it, Coach Ace.
And just walking off into the sunset like nothing ever happened, you know, because they know there's still work to be done, and we need a third map to decide this. Smoke, give me some thoughts quick before we set it to a break so we can set up the next map.
Right, well, I mean, again, St. Clair, they looked really good in attack, just absolutely abusing C, right? I feel like the amount of times that me and Lelo were kind of looking at the screen and we were like, man, how many times is this Neon and Omen just going to line up on Rubble? The second JP, he doesn't even need the pick. The second he has that information that 2 are there, they know they got numbers. A couple of blast packs in from the Rays with the Judge, and it's quick, light work for St. Clair on their attack. Huge attacking half, 9-3 there. But on the defensive side as well, staying calm, staying composed, playing their ults well, and using some really good retakes. And I want to break down another round as well, but I'll do that after a very short break here.
None more than Calamity, though. Left in 5, he'll be shut down. The rotation was for Cumberland, but St. Clair breaks through. Oh, gaining lead. Situation now 1-on-1, 1 HP on this solo. 1 bullet is a 4-person 1v5. Stand against the rest.
Guy to this ball, guy to get down, maybe even get one for the road.
Our own standards here in this overtime period, because if we concede a goal, it's over for them.
He's doing a lot of damage, but he's got to keep you over. He avoids the ego.
Bob Waena, no flash, no problem. St. Clair. Back already so low. Redx taking down 2, taking down 1.
Immediately, this should be all she wrote. Soaks with 1 on the icy.
Stand, kill the whole squad.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for what should be the final time tonight as we are going to the pivotal map 3 of Sunset. It has been a barn burner so far between St. Clair and Winthrop. I am Patrick Smoke Chambers, joined by Lello and Evan Johnson. Guys, we just saw St. Clair have an incredible 13-4 rebound on Lotus after such a very hard-felt 13-11 loss on Haven. And you know what? The script writers cooked because it literally was -1 round, the exact same stuff. Look at the stats on the board as well. Great game all around here, Lello.
Oh, yeah, especially well played from, in my opinion, the duo MVPs from Seth and Tillo. Just those two holding down whatever place that they were together, especially on that C round, that second to last round, proved pivotal, absolutely pivotal in St. Clair winning. We see Seth himself match MVPing at an 18-9 scoreline, Tillo closely following at 16-9. Yes, Instinct went 13-11, but having no fear to throw himself into such unfortunate situations as he was in and trying to get one and just instantly get traded proved like an amazing plan for St. Clair. JP himself with that operator able to pick up a 14-8 scoreline as we see Taiga himself, my supportive king, coming in at 12-13.
Yeah, JP, I was really impressed with how he was able to make big impact plays. You know, you talk about how effective he was with the operator. You said he was 4 for 4 at one point when he was trying to push A long, and he had the hot hand, right? And I mean, just keep feeding the man. Like, if he's playing well, just let him cook. They're so good when you let your players just play the role they want to. And I think they found a recipe for success by having Instinct stick with the Judge and the shotguns that proved very, very effective in most situations, and especially when you have those Viper pits as well, getting into those close quarter situations. There's nothing you can do on the side of Winthrop when you have a shotgun barrel directly stuffed in your face. And if that's what it takes for St. Clair to win this series, then just keep doing it, keep rolling it.
Yeah, absolutely. You just need to keep the hot hands on for St. Clair. I wanted to specifically talk about round 16. That was obviously a round earlier in the map where Seth was able to find the ace, but something I do want to talk about is just because of the initial pressure that St. Clair put on, right? They don't need to extend towards C Mound, right? That doesn't necessarily need to happen, but it's pivotal, and for one reason only. JP has called out, right, that there's probably no one on that A side because he's pretty much the king of A rubble, right? As the early rounds have suggested, 4 out of 4 times on an op, and giving that intel to call Instinct to then take the site push on through C Mound with Raze, right? The whole point is they didn't want to do that anymore. So JP basically became the Hollywood of map 1. No one wanted to contest him on A, and because of that, all players go down through C. Now, the reason why this is so important is because none of these players believe in a B take ever. They've done it, they did it, I believe, 3 or 4 times in my notes here, and none of it was successful. So you line up everybody down C as well, and B is actually, you have the luxury for St. Clair of leaving it barren. I believe it was just Taiga who was actually on Heaven just waiting. So we were kind of sitting here, and as these players are stacking towards C, they're baiting util, but nothing's really happening in terms of pushback. So against St. Clair, you're not usually willing to peek into C Mound from C. So what do? You would expect the pullback, and it leaves Winthrop open, if anything, to hit that rotating door and actually take B pretty much for free, uncontested. I have a slight feeling that that could have been an area of conversation that Seth and Tillo talked about, because to me, it seems like they really wanted to limit Winthrop's actions on that play, and given the man advantage they had as well, that they could create even further, they take the aggressive position on C Mound. Seth finds a 2K right there off of C, which would have been his third on the round because he had one previously. It forces the last remaining 2 players of Winthrop to go to A because of the fact that with B, when you take B with 2 players in a 2v4, yeah, that's not a good idea. You can die from so many different avenues. With a site like A, you can at least keep everything a little more linear and in front of you. So they choose to go down that way, and, well, you meet the king of A rubble down there lurking in JP. So, again, really good call there from Tillo and Seth to control that pressure through C, potentially avoided a B take through revolving doors.
100%. I think something that needs to be pointed out on this map is how little the door was opened on both sides.
Yes.
I think just cutting off the door even being able to be opened is such a huge part of this map because it forces you to do what you don't want to do, especially when you're on the defensive foot. St. Clair, when they were attacking, they opened the door a few times, and it proved extremely effective, even that one time as a fake, trying to draw as many rotates as possible, get them off of that C site. But again, that door for Winthrop rarely, if ever, opened, as we are getting ready to get to our third map here of Sunset. JP absolutely chilling, throwing that chapstick around, going on a little stroll, just talking to his teammates, getting relaxed, making sure everyone is locked in and ready for this third map.
I was going to say, he's looking like coach right now. He's getting the players
He is. I did
fired up.
He's Coach Rachel, but
look at that. He's, he was really excited for this game, and I think playing competition like this, it just breeds excellence, right? And that's what we've been seeing tonight. And this has been absolute cinema, I think, on all fronts, to be fair. This is a big game for St. Clair. Like we've said, there are narratives around St. Clair can't finish a series or they can't finish a map when they have an advantage. This is a perfect opportunity to squash all of those naysayers and win a big series when really the cards were stacked against you in some cases, some might say. But here we go. We got our lineups now. Some more changes coming through. Interesting pick from Taiga with the Tejo Lelo. Let's break this down a little bit more. What do you think Taiga's thinking with this pick here?
I think especially as we were talking about at the start of the show, with the agent changes and the overall nerfs that everyone went through, Tejo himself might see a resurgence. Yes, he is on that really long cooldown, and yes, Tejo got nerfed basically into obscurity in the last patch, but now with how initiators are played and with how the game is going to be played in the future, I think Tejo has a really good shot at being one of the better initiators in the game. His drone itself goes on for so long, and don't even talk about the salvos, just forcing everyone out of position, just making it awkward for Winthrop. And over at the side of Winthrop, we see a more standard comp. The Sova, a little bit unorthodox, but I see a method to their madness.
You can see the vision,
yeah,
is what you're saying, and I think Sova will be getting a lot of vision for his team as well with the intel that he's going to be generating for the side of Winthrop. I mean, I like Instinct sticking with the Raze. I think that was really working for them in Lotus. So I think, like you said, if you got something that's working, why change it? Because if it's been so effective and you want to win, you want to make sure you have the comp that will lead to a victory. And hopefully it'll be a St. Clair victory after sunset. But it all starts with the pistol round, and we need St. Clair to come out firing if they want to have a chance to close this one out.
100%. As we're getting here into our first round, St. Clair on the attack, just going really slow towards this A site. As we see 3 Winthrop players lurking through tiles, looking towards that A site, gets the information that they spotted nobody, goes bottom mid, pack mentality. All 3 of them just missing St. Clair little by little. Tillo himself so deeply ingrained into elbow. Winthrop on the longest flank of all time as St. Clair, all 5 towards A. Fast A take coming through as JP trips the flank ever so wisely. It's these 3 players still on the brink.
Both teams playing very slow to start so far. JP trying to lurk, does find one, but Hollywood is there for a swift response, and now the pace is going up for Winthrop. But Seth, once again, making a big play for the team. Spike does go down on A regardless, though. Sky Poof finding Taiga, but not before Taiga finds another pick. Is now St. Clair in a position to get this round finished. It's all up to these final remaining players for the side of Winthrop. It's up to Hollywood. Can he etch his name on the Walk of Fame for Winthrop and make a big play early? I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Seth says absolutely not. St. Clair open up Sunset with a win.
What a beautiful response to that 3-man flank on the side of St. Clair, just being able to turn on a dime. Instinct himself throwing out the nade, just stalling so much. The kills coming through for Seth and Tillo respectively. Just a good take. Winthrop is playing so far off, just relying on that flank. We see that 1D coming in from the side of JP. Taiga himself is able to find Echo, does fall, but it's okay. So many Saints players alive, so much to work with as Seth finds that final kill.
See how Winthrop responds here. If history says anything, it's that Winthrop is going to find something within themselves to get back into it. JP narrowly whiffing on that shot there. Uncharacteristic miss from him. See how aggressive St. Clair decides to be here. He's got 3 members lurking through B main, but Winthrop able to get some rotation through as Case up in heaven with Sky Poof on the flank as well. And St. Clair, they smell something fishy, and they're going to rotate.
Very good pause on the side of St. Clair, playing so disciplined, showing absolutely nothing. And once again, Tillo himself only showing his utility, drawing these St. Clair players back towards A, as we see no rotates coming through on the side of Winthrop, leaving Hollywood completely alone with this classic. Spots Tillo, and Instinct just satcheling through with the judge, will be able to make Hollywood fall as these Winthrop players are forced to go on such a fast retake.
30 seconds left.
But St. Clair being set up, the one-way coming through CT, Instinct himself with the judge, just absolutely pressuring Winthrop University here.
I love these plays where Instinct gets to just run through. It's like Tillo just sees Hollywood. He's like, Instinct, kill. And then he just runs through with the judge. And he does. He's been so effective with it. And Winthrop, like we said, they just can't defend against that. And now St. Clair in a great position to defend this potential retake from Winthrop. You're already down a man on the side of Winthrop. And Taiga, look at this, going up once again. Tillo is going to get the kill, but Taiga adding that support on this flank, getting a little too close, one might say, but it does not matter as Tillo finds a couple more picks, but Echo does not have enough time to defuse. Going to shoot to the sky with a judge and just accepts his fate. Another round going for St. Clair.
Another very fun round on the side of St. Clair. 3 players falling, yes, but still making it viable as to why they wanted to push CT. They wanted to get in Winthrop's face, as we see Tillo himself being able to pick up 3 kills, getting ever so closer to that Fade ultimate. Another, I should say, a round-changing ultimate, being 3 points off himself, as we see Instinct opting again to go for the judge, just trying to get in Winthrop's face. Why not, indeed?
Yeah, man, I mean, like you said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Skypoof is going to get a little bit of intel off that Cypher cam. Pretty standard defense from Winthrop here. St. Clair just trying to find some holes. JP all by his lonesome in mid. Go relatively uncontested. Does look like Echo is going to try and rotate through to get some defense on B, but Instinct gets activated once again, but Sky Poof shuts him down before anything too crazy happens this time. Rightfully so, they give him space.
Oh, JP just trying to find that angle, but the jump peek coming in from Case himself, so disciplined, knows that a St. Clair player could be up, and JP with the Outlaw isn't able to find it quickly enough. Amazing one tap on the side of Tillo, as Seth himself is able to find Skypoof. Again, St. Clair giving so little and taking so much on the side of Winthrop, finding 2 kills for relatively 0 util. We see Tillo himself being left towards A so often, is able to pick up another kill towards Echo, as St. Clair is drawn towards this B site. Being completely alone, is not able to find that kill onto Seth, just has to try for a hero play in this 2v4 situation, as St. Clair gets set up for this post plant. But we see Tillo lurking top mid, just trying to hunt, trying to find Case. He knows Case wants to save here, just doing anything and everything, having to clear everything by himself, leaving the rest of his team towards that B site, checking that flank.
If they could somehow find Case, I don't think they're going to. Tillo does have an opportunity would be absolutely detrimental to the Winthrop economy. I mean, Tillo does get spotted out. That's going to give them a little bit of a bump. They are going to lose the round, but you do save the Phantom, get a little bit more credits to your name, but wouldn't that have been something? That would have been an early statement would have been made from St. Clair. I mean, already a statement has been made. They've come out firing. This is the biggest lead that any team has had coming right out of the gate. So let's hope that they can keep this momentum going. This looks like a very different Saints team from what we've seen in other map 3s they played so far this year. They look composed. They look disciplined. They're taking fights when they need to. They're not over-aggressing in certain situations. We've seen Instinct, you know, try and fail, you know, sometimes, mostly try and, you know, succeed. But I've really been impressed by what I've seen so far.
Oh, definitely. I've been so impressed from what I've seen, especially leaving Tillo towards that A site alone, as we see Winthrop setting up this trap play towards C. Instinct flying through with the judge, is not able to find one. Case and Echo finding one respectively, but Tillo is able to find the trade, just trying to reset, trying to maybe find a pick through the spam. JP getting really aggressive, peeking through that one way alone, gets spammed out and shot by Echo. 2v4 situation for St. Clair. We see Seth TPing across, is able to find one onto Neat, but gets spammed again through the Cypher cage. Echo picking up 3 kills on Winthrop's save. Tillo left in the 1v3 situation. The weaker weaponry on the side of Winthrop gets spotted out by the Owl drone. Has to do the absolute most. Try and protect these guns. Try and find 3 kills with only 50 seconds left on the round.
It's a tough situation for Tillo. You'd hate to lose this one, especially with Winthrop saving so hard, but I mean, it's not really gonna matter. Tillo, he's got a lane. I mean, I don't think he knows that every member of Winthrop is on B. I think he's finally figured it out. He's gonna rush over to A to get the spike planted. Is gonna have the time to do it, but now Winthrop has the opportunity to arm up and find him. Hollywood's gonna steal Instinct's judge. Skypoof taking a Vandal. Echo, a Phantom. Everybody now armed on the side of Winthrop. It's going to be tough for Tillo to win this, but I mean, not impossible. And he's fearless right now. He is just facing them, and he, oh my goodness, is not going to be able to do it. But for a second there, we had that hope. He was just absolutely fearless going through. He wasn't just going to wait on site. He was going to face the problem head on, and he almost had it. My goodness.
Oh, wow. Tillo getting absolutely ahead of it, reads the flank, hears the steps through tiles. He's able to find one isolated kill, another nearly, just barely missing the transfer onto the third, left in that 1v3 situation, having to do the most, even with the equal weaponry and with the kills that St. Clair were able to find towards that initial fight. As we see a little bit of frustration coming through on the side of Tillo. Still very good round, and St. Clair are in an amazing spot financially. Instinct himself being one off the raised rocket. Tillo having that Fade ultimate 8 and 4, just giving them so many options, as we see St. Clair might opt towards a bit of a faster take towards A. Scan coming through on JP being forced to TP back. Instinct lurking through top mid. As you see 3 players from St. Clair just having to break this trip. Oh, massive Fade ultimate coming in towards the A site, as we see Instinct breaking the trip, speeding up towards Boba. He's able to find the amazing one tap onto Case, as St. Clair try and collapse towards B. Instinct gets the trade himself onto Skypoof. Taiga trying to dance around this Sova ultimate, is not able to as the spike falls, but Tillo still towards the top mid. Falls to Neat just barely. JP with the bottom mid finds one onto Echo, but gets wallbang. Seth 1v2, Neat being 13 HP himself and Hollywood being full. Just has to play these unorthodox angles, has to try and find something, trying to clear towards CT, but the timing is so poor. Wrapping market, no, goes back towards CT. Just has to find one.
That timing, so unfortunate. Seth not able to get it done. Another heroic defuse from the side of Winthrop, and they are right back in this one. I mean, you talk about timing. I mean, if Seth doesn't turn his back there, he would have had at least one member of Winthrop just looking the other direction. That would have been a free pick, but not able to get it done. Winthrop, good start from St. Clair, but still showing that Winthrop has some fight left in them. And they're not going to go down easy.
Amazing plan on the side of St. Clair, sending Instinct through top mid as Tillo pops that ultimate towards A. Makes Winthrop a little nervous, shakes their core of their defense all that much, and the ultimate itself coming through from Instinct is able to find the trade by himself, but still just barely missing out on that round win. That Omen being 1 HP, just hurting St. Clair. So many players towards this A site. The stun by the breach, absolutely huge. Flash again, just forcing St. Clair off of these lines, but Seth teeping in towards this back site. Tillo falls, just trying to find one. Seth backstab onto Echo. Hollywood is able to find the kill onto Taiga. 1 by 1, the Saints fall, leaving JP in the 1v3 scenario. Is not able to clean up as Neat finds himself 3 for the round.
Yeah, it's good response from Winthrop there. I mean, it was very rough start for them in this one as St. Clair was able to run up the score a little bit. Some heroic efforts from a couple members of the Winthrop squad there as they even the score back up at 3. St. Clair still having more work to do. It's a big round now. You can't afford to lose this one. Your economy already in shambles. Have to make sure that you can at least get a couple picks here. A flawless from Winthrop would be absolutely devastating right now if you're St. Clair. JP though, and Instinct getting things going early. It's a good opening pick. Case with a quick response though. Still knotted up at 4. Taiga gonna get the spike down. JP holding his crossfire. So are the rest of the team, but here comes the ult. Tejo is going to bring some people out of position. Neat though, cleans up Tillo. More members, Winthrop coming in, finishing it off, and they respond and now take the lead.
Oh, the Tejo ultimate coming in from Taiga just barely too far back. Is able to draw some Winthrop players out to the front, out in the open. But Seth as well, TPing in the open, just falls to the spray. Is not able to pull his gun out in time. As 1 by 1 the Saints fall, and Winthrop is able to capitalize off of the trades that St. Clair weren't able to make. And now, for the first time in this entire map, St. Clair is put on the back foot, put on a bit of a weaker bye. As we see the ultimate might come through for JP, might try and make something happen towards wherever he's going, but still a pretty expensive round for Winthrop as Skypoof rebuys the operator.
Sure, why not?
Just trying to hold this B angle, sees the dog. Is able to find Instinct with the wall bang, breaks his eye himself as repositions, just waiting for St. Clair to walk into his crosshair, finds another kill onto Taiga, still overstaying his welcome backside, nearly finding the third. Oh, the classic kills, not enough damage onto Skypoof, leaving JP alone in the 1v4 scenario with his ultimate, is not able to do much to Winthrop's better weaponry. Oh wow, Skypoof himself living for a criminal amount of time. Absolutely diabolical that Skypoof even survived that entire round, and St. Clair only kills 1 player. Wow.
Yeah, you absolutely cannot let that happen. I mean, like you said, these whiffs from Tillo, I mean, I count 6 missed shots. I mean, you are making a face right now just watching that back. That's just, ooh, you just cannot have that happen in a big moment. And like you said, you only get 1 pick on the side of St. Clair, and now Winthrop, a 2-round lead, set up much better in terms of their economy. See if St. Clair has anything left in the tank to respond. They've been able to so far in this series. Do they still have fight left in them? It's been a banger back and forth, both teams duking it out to decide who will be the victor of this series. Winthrop proving to be the better team right now. Hollywood, the better player right now, gets the best of Instinct once again. Winthrop, another early man advantage. St. Clair split, have some space in mid, but with Skypoof with the op, makes things very dangerous.
Oh, Skypoof getting spotted out by that dog, tries to overstay his welcome, tries to dodge it as much as possible. Hollywood with the spam is able to get the kill onto Taiga as the Neon comes through. Hollywood on for 3, Seth being forced to back up. again, Hollywood's recon ball just coming back, getting broken by those two St. Clair players. And being stuck in such a rock and a hard place. The shock dart coming through onto Seth as we see both players out in the open. Tillo able to find Hollywood, but Neat also falls to Tillo. The breach stun coming through. Case pops the Neon ultimate, but Echo steals Case's ace away from him. But that's another round on the side of Winthrop. I think St. Clair that round had an idea but weren't able to fully execute it. They break that door towards B. Makes the Cypher move away, move his op, smokes it even, but kind of paused, overstayed, weren't able to do much, and it became really awkward. They felt forced having to do something as Instinct walks into Hollywood's crosshair, and one by one the pieces start to fall apart. 6-3 is our scoreline for right now. And again, another save for the side of St. Clair.
Yeah, this is really starting to get dicey. If you're St. Clair, you've already given Winthrop way too much time to get back into this one. And after such a strong start, too, I mean, you had everything going in your favor, and you just can't get this one done as Winthrop finding opportunities to get back in the game. That's Case with 2. That Odin has been so deadly for Winthrop, and Case trying to find more. JP, though, is going to end his reign of terror and takes out the Opper for Winthrop. Going to make this a much cleaner 3v3 now, but Hollywood, he's been having a good game so far, but doesn't find the pick there. JP keeping it going for St. Clair. Neat, the only member left for Winthrop. He's had a quiet game so far, impactful kills when needed, but Instinct and JP have been coming up huge so far in this game. Neat, though, oh my goodness, does find Instinct.
Stealing sight.
Setting up the 1v1 with JP. That Omen smoke going through. Oh, he cannot do it. JP gets the better of Neat. St. Clair back on the board after giving up 6 unanswered to Winthrop. Huge round for them.
JP by himself opening up that site, getting 4 kills, just completely alone, is able to find this amazing one-tap onto Case. Scopes in, finds that kill onto Skypoof, and again just flicks, finds their heads. Instinct's getting a little adventurous, completely alone towards main, but JP himself able to clean it up and will that round into existence for St. Clair, stopping Winthrop's momentum and trying to get closer and closer to that 6-6 half. As you see a fast mid-take coming in for the side of St. Clair, is able to spot Case, finds 1, not 2. Taiga getting that instant trade for Instinct as Case falls with that Odin. Quieting down the round a little bit more. Owl Drone comes through, but not too much to be said on the side of St. Clair as the Fade Ultimate comes in through Broken Door, plus the dog, forcing so many Winthrop players to rotate. No trip being heard here towards top mid as we see the Omen Blind coming in towards right. Echo in prime position to ult 3 St. Clair players. As everyone decides to pause. St. Clair just sitting, waiting, trying to see where they should hit. Teho Drone going in towards B as Echo decides to go on a flank with Neat. Tillo himself being situated in market spots. Hollywood is not able to find the kill as these 3 St. Clair players walk slowly towards Boba.
See if Taiga's able to lead the charge here. Hollywood finding the pick onto Tillo, getting things started for Winthrop as now St. Clair crashing the site, trying to get through. That's going to be led by JP. He's going to try and swing out again, but Hollywood is there to answer. See if Taiga is going to be able to hold it down with Seth. Taiga's had a big game in game 2, but so has Hollywood. That's 3 in the round. It's all up to Seth. Good start for him. That's a double for Seth and a win for St. Clair in the round. 6-5. They still have life.
That is my coach right there. That is my coach, Seth, with an amazing 2K on those final 2 Winthrop players, is able to see that Omen's head as soon as the smoke fall, gets that headshot, and again flicks back towards the Sova. His crosshair was nowhere near him at first, tries to see if he's looking up towards stairs, and again just absolutely decimates Hollywood. And another round on the board for St. Clair. Final round of the half. We have 3 ultimates on the side of St. Clair, and this could be huge as we see Case once more coming in towards mid. Amazing set play on the side of Winthrop University with the stun and the Sova ultimate. Instinct with his rocket out is able to find one top mid, gets full blinded. Not another. Taiga and Tilla willing these 2 mid players down to death as we see the Teho ultimate and the Sticky coming in towards Skypoop, being forced towards his cage as Taiga with the shorty in the ultimate is able to find him neat on the flank. Taiga running towards this B-site. Tillo not being able to find the shot. 1v1 situation for Taiga. Drone still online, but neat with this smoke, with these 2 snaps, and Taiga is on for 3. Finds all kills as St. Clair tie up this half at 6-6.
Cool, Calm, and Collected is the newest member of Saints Valorant varsity team. What a half from St. Clair. Give up 6 rounds, uncontested from Winthrop, come all the way back to tie it. You have gained the momentum back, boys, and you just have to keep riding that through into the next half. You're on defense now. You've had the opportunities before. You know what Winthrop can do. They like to be aggressive. You give up a lot of space. I mean, we're looking at trash right now, but this has not been a trash game, ladies and gentlemen. This has been a fantastic series between Winthrop and SCC. I mean, we just need to get to the end of this. This has just been a banger back and forth between both of these schools fighting for this crucial win in NACE. This would be Winthrop's first loss of the NACE season if St. Clair is able to pull it out. On the side of St. Clair, they need a win to get back into the win column. It's been a rough couple weeks for them so far. They've been holding serve with one of the best teams in the Super Conference, and that's going to be a great way to keep it going. 3v3 now. Echo gets the spike down on B.
JP and Tillo just trying to find as much as they can. JP falling so early as we see Hollywood trying to jump up, but the information from Taiga absolutely integral, is able to find that kill. Instinct being forced to swing into 2 crosshairs as Taiga and Seth clean up the round. 7-6 for St. Clair. So many Sheriff buys I want to talk about on the side of St. Clair, is able to do a lot of damage. Tillo himself walking out of that market smoke completely alone is able to find one and halt on Winthrop's take, even just for a second, and just try and give St. Clair time to rotate over and get that retake in.
You've got the lead now. You can play with this momentum and carry it through. You have rifles now as well. Till and JP bottomed out. They're bankrupt now. You need something out of this round to keep it going economically. Instinct also pretty dire as well, but he's got the Judge back in hand. Seth and Taiga with the Sheriff as well. You have the util, you have the guns to make something happen. See if they're able to get this big play. Instinct already B-hopping around. He's feeling it right now, and why shouldn't he? He's had a great series today. Saw the rest of the Saints trying to hold this tight angle, using that Odin smoke for just a little bit more support. Winthrop now trying to find some holes in the defense, not electing to go through any of these Odin smokes, playing it a lot safer than that. Now they're rotating back through T-spawn. Gonna try swapping back over to this A rotation, but little do they know that Instinct and Taiga are waiting for them.
This stun could be absolutely deadly towards Taiga. Sheriff only to his name, yes, but Taiga's been doing so much damage to what Winthrop wanted to do. That drone coming through earlier is able to clear all of A and give Instinct the time to get set up with his Judge here. As we see the stun coming through, Instinct's just getting run down. Finds 1, finds 2, finds 3 onto Case. Skypoof and Hollywood gets his grenade back, is able to force Winthrop back. 2 more players coming through as the smoke blinds them. Echo finding 2 with the classic, but Seth with his Sheriff is able to find not 1 but 2, and that is the round for St. Clair. 8-6 as we come off of this half. Very back and forth. Again, that last half, St. Clair winning the first 3, losing the next 6, and winning the next 3. We might see a little bit of a trend going on, especially with this better weaponry from the side of Winthrop for this next round. But again, so well played from St. Clair. Instinct finding 3 with that Judge, even while stun does not matter. That shotgun does not care. Seth cleaning up very nicely with his Sheriff, able to put St. Clair in a pretty good spot financially.
Very good spot financially, but you have to make sure you keep it rolling right here. You're playing with a hot hand. Got to make sure you can finish this. This is so crucial right now to keep this momentum going. Can't let Winthrop start to rattle off some more rounds and think like they can get back into the game. It's now Winthrop trying to take some space in mid. That Omen Smoke gonna cut off Taiga on the link. Gonna make top mid that much harder to defend. Case able to get some more space. Get things going for Winthrop as Till and Taiga have to back up now. JP is already fallen now. Winthrop does have the man advantage. Hollywood and Echo with a big response for Winthrop. They are going to press that advantage now. It doesn't matter that Case has fallen to Tillo. They're still playing with a 4v2. Another trade coming through. Or not a trade, as Tillo gets the pick. Neat. Another as well. Saints' first dropped round in a bit. Still have a lead to play with, but once again, you talk about finishing, and this is such a crucial situation for getting it done in the big moments.
Oh, yeah. I think these individual kills that Winthrop was able to find this past round, especially with JP falling first, no trip towards top mid, only hurt St. Clair in that situation as we see the mid split coming through. Winthrop originally wanted to go B, but Tillo finding that one kill, able to stop them for a second as Winthrop make the instantaneous decision after getting that kill on him to go A. And Instinct left in that 1v4 alone with the judge and a sheriff, not able to do much. But as we get into this next round here, again, St. Clair being only proactive. This deep A line that Instinct and Taiga are able to get, with Instinct just jiggling, waiting to see what players are coming through. And JP breaking that Owl drone so early, just playing this close right angle as all Winthrop players coming through. JP with the information that Winthrop is hitting this site is able to find one onto Case, gets spotted out by the dart. Skypoof finding the kill onto Tillo. JP being forced to swing into Skypoof's crosshair, but 4v3 retake for the side of Winthrop. Seth already on top of it, already ahead of absolutely everything, communicating to his team that at least 2 players are in towards this market as the swing comes through. Hollywood finds Taiga, and Instinct with his ultimate, and a judge tries to run away, but this has become winnable for St. Clair. Neat's so low, only 30 seconds left. Instinct with 2 bullets left in the shot, able to find the kill onto Neat, and that is another round for St. Clair. Pretty inexpensive and extremely expensive for Winthrop. They needed to win that round, but St. Clair, no ultimates used, nothing. Breach ultimate invested on the side of Winthrop. So expensive. 9 ult points to get that back. So many rounds that they could have snowballed if they had won that. But the trades, the individual skill on the side of St. Clair, JP himself being able to find one in that situation, already more than enough. And Seth, so much damage done onto Winthrop, gave Instinct the edge and the confidence he needed to swing that right there and get that final kill with the Sheriff. As we see the double satchel coming through towards A.
Man, you talk about somebody stepping up in a big moment, and Instinct was able to do that there. Like you said, really crucial round for St. Clair to win, especially after dropping one, after you go on that crazy run. Huge for getting some of that momentum back. JP, not a good start for him. Does whiff on some of those shots, but does manage to TP out of there before it gets too hairy. Spike does get planted onto B, however, and now the retake has to begin now. It has to be clean. Lots of Winthrop members waiting in the wings. That flash comes through. Full blind on Tillo. Does find a couple. Seth and Tillo clean up some kills. Taiga, great strafe. Does get Hollywood before getting traded out. JP swapping to the Vandal in the 1v1 now. Can another Saint come up clutch in crunch time? Gonna start the defuse. Skypoof trying to dance around JP. JP isn't gonna hit the head. Skypoof is going to win it now. 9-8 your score as we keep this series going. St. Clair just cannot find that advantage they need to get into this position where they can confidently get into match point. Winthrop still fighting to their last breath.
we see a little bit of Haven coming back. This back and forth that Winthrop and St. Clair are on, one eco after the other, everyone being on such dire straits when it comes to money, as we see so many pistols on the side of St. Clair. Tillo himself getting a little adventurous, is forced to back up through the dart as the stun comes through. A lot of util being expended on the side of Winthrop that Tillo was able to get out completely by himself, only at the expense of his eye, forcing Winthrop to pause. As we see the rotates coming through for St. Clair, but the communication, Tillo again on top of this, already out towards mid by himself on this angle. Instinct as well towards Grave. Winthrop none the wiser. Instinct finds one onto Skyproof. Tillo able to find one, not two, nearly killing the Neon as the missiles from Taiga are able to find him. JP himself opening the door is able to find the one onto Hollywood. 1v1 with Neat is able to find his head. 5 HP to his name as St. Clair wins. Such an insane Thrifty.
What a Thrifty, like you said, just making those plays. I didn't think that they were going to get that one after we saw a couple whiffs coming through. We're going to see it right here. Tillo tracing the body of Echo, but does manage to land the shots when it counted. And big plays from all sides. Hollywood trying to make it even for Winthrop, but St. Clair keep their 2-round advantage. 3 rounds away now for St. Clair. Case popping that Neon ult. He is really going to start to get aggressive here. Instinct does get the full brunt of that, but it does not matter as the rockets for the Raze ult are going to connect first. That's a big opening pick for St. Clair, and now the rest of Winthrop going to keep going through A main into elbow. Another big pick from Seth. That's Coach with 3. Taiga, another one. 2 rounds away for St. Clair.
Seth with an absolutely amazing blind, giving Instinct the time to respond to that Neon ultimate, able to throw his nade, get some shots with the judge, and is even able to kill him, pausing Winthrop's original plan of trying to take A extremely quickly, and Seth himself finding 3 kills, Taiga being able to clean up very nicely, only losing 1 player on the side of St. Clair at such a pivotal round that Winthrop wanted to try and win, especially with investing Case's ultimate into that round. 11-8 is our scoreline, and again, Instincts. This judge, he's been playing around these corners, just playing all of his angles so well every round he's been in. As you see 3 St. Clair players towards B, the Fade Sticky trying to come through, the Tejo ultimate as well, not able to find anyone, but still putting JP onto this line as he opts to go back. Taiga falling in top mid with towards Neat, but St. Clair stabilizing a little bit.
We knew it wasn't going to be easy, no matter how you slice it. Winthrop has been fighting tooth and nail on Sunset to try and get this one back. St. Clair's had their number. Tillo, though, ends up on the wrong side of Skyproof's Vandal. Full members left for Winthrop. 3 alive for St. Clair. But Winthrop still playing it slow in mid, still trying to find the answer. Could benefit St. Clair in the long run now. You know where this push is coming from. You're able to defend that. Neon just managing to get out of their Case, just slipping and sliding his way out of their Instinct. Finding another one. JP, oh, I thought he was going to whip, but he does manage to connect with some shots. Does fall in the end, however. 11-9, Winthrop continue to fight.
Very, very well played on the side of Winthrop, having to pause there just for St. Clair to sit where they were, not knowing what Winthrop wanted to do and breaking that door, taking that site so quickly. I thought JP and Instinct had a chance with those 2 picks they picked up respectively. I thought there was a world where they win that round, especially with Seth popping the Omen ultimate to get there as fast as possible. But one by one, the Saints fell. Still 11-9, and a pretty good buy coming in on the side of St. Clair as you see JP popping his ultimate, but Winthrop with the very fast elbow take. St. Clair with the knowledge. No one anywhere near the site. St. Clair playing completely off instinct on the off angle. Is able to find Skypoop. Seth himself on the off angle finds one. Gets an amazing tag onto Hollywood. But Instinct with his ultimate finds him an elbow. Neat bringing it back. Guts to himself with Seth with the trade. Case having to do the absolute most, left in a 1v3. Slide back online. JP lurking on the flank with his operator, is able to find Case. And that's 9-12. St. Clair only needing one more round to close up this match.
What a performance from all sides there. JP coming in on that massive flank to secure the round for the Saints. But still more work to be done. You have the momentum now. Now is the time to push forward. The team still staying calm and collected. Is more time as we get a timeout for Winthrop. Their backs against the wall. Perfect time to call a timeout. Try and find something, anything left in the tank on your side for St. Clair. You also get a second to breathe, to ponder, to reflect on what this series has been. This has been an absolute dogfight. We've been saying that word a lot tonight. You can say a battle of attrition, almost. A championship boxing fight, one might say. Just heavyweight fighters going back and forth on both sides. Somebody has to win this series. Who is going to be the one to step up? Who's going to make the gutsy play and the gutsy call to get the win tonight? Man, it just doesn't get any better than this.
Oh, it definitely doesn't get any better than this. All St. Clair has to do here, play as disciplined as you have been this entire night. All night, St. Clair have been playing disciplined. They've been trying to play their game as well as possible, and they just need to keep it up for one more round. No Winthrop players being close to any really impacting ultimates, just having to try and take this round as well as they can. As we see the fast B coming through, lots of fakes. JP just falling, putting Case down very, very low. But Neat's already in this site by himself. Tillo none the wiser. Stun coming through. Instinct falls on top map. Tillo just trying to find one, is able to at 1 HP, but the shock dart makes him fall. 2v4 retake for the side of St. Clair, and they might try for it as the top mid flank comes through. Skypoof able to find the kill onto Taiga. Seth left alone as the Winthrop players just collapse on him. Too many targets, is not able to find one, but still only one round needed. All they need is one. 12-10 is our scoreline. Winthrop needing to do something, needing to force the issue, and that's exactly what they did on that take. The Omen ultimate coming through, just pausing in B main after the neon wall, making St. Clair a little nervous, not knowing where anyone was playing, and Instinct himself, even on that off-angle top map, still falls to Hollywood Stinger as we see the weaker buy coming in for St. Clair.
A weaker buy coming in from St. Clair, but I don't think that's deterred them at all so far. They're still playing with confidence. You just need to find that opening pick. You give one of your best 1v1 riflers, JP the Vandal. It's a good way to make magic happen. See if Winthrop is able to respond with some magic of their own. Smoke in mid does get cleared out, but they're not going to take that space. They're going to elect to regroup and think about where they're going next.
That Fade Eye getting broken by Tillo gives so much information to the side of St. Clair as we see them playing so disciplined. Everyone playing their spots. Not too much being given, not too much being taken on both sides, but 4 players of Winthrop lurking up on this B angle, this chamber trip, and Tillo might prove integral to stopping what they want to do. Breach Flash comes in. Case just speeding through by himself as we see the Raise Nade coming through. Case finding that 1 kill onto Instinct. Tillo instantly responds with the trade, but Echo once more. Taiga trying to find these angles. JP with the amazing kill on top map. Taiga just having to live as long as humanly possible. 2v2 on the side of St. Clair. Only 2 sheriffs in hand. Just trying to make the best of these situations. Taiga just trying to find one, is not able to as St. Clair falls 1 by 1. So close. 1 round is all they need. 1 round is what both sides need. Winthrop to bring it to overtime. St. Clair to close out this match. Who will win this next one?
My gosh, I mean, I can see our observers from here. They are just pacing back and forth, and I think we are as well in the studio, just so enamored and wrapped up with this game. I mean, it's a stressful game as well. I mean, for St. Clair, I mean, you've had the opportunity to close it out. You've let Winthrop take 2 in a row now. I mean, you have to fold by now. You're forced into this situation before overtime. I mean, you don't want to say overtime's coming up, but with the way the series has been going, how fitting would it be to end this third map with a little bit more Valorant? But St. Clair having an opportunity to close it out here, and rightfully so, are playing this first round very, very slowly. Don't want to overcommit or over-aggress early to make foolish mistakes. Cannot let that happen in what is now the biggest moment of the entire night, is this round right here. See if St. Clair is able to hold serve with Winthrop. Do they have anything left in the tank? You have to make it happen now. You cannot send David into Goliath without any prep. You need to get it done now.
Amazing cross coming through on B. JP getting full blind, is not able to find one. Seth falls as well. Tillo falling 2v5, just trying to stall as much as possible. As the salvos come through, Taiga just trying to stop, press the issue. It doesn't see Neat towards map. Instinct left in the 1v4 alone with the judge. And this is signaling one by one the bells that St. Clair did not want to hear. The bells of overtime as Instinct falls to Neat. And ladies and gentlemen, we are in overtime.
I mean, I think we knew that this was going to happen. I think the script writers were just setting it up too nicely. Overtime was seen earlier, or not earlier, almost was seen earlier. Now we actually fully get into overtime. And yeah, you called it. I think you probably wrote the script. The 2-1 in the map 3, but can we call the overtime right now? Winthrop has been on a heater. They've rattled 3 in a row off when St. Clair had them on the ropes. Need to make sure that you can secure these first couple rounds in overtime. It's going to be full Nelson right here. You need to get it done. You have to find an answer. That's a big opening pick. The Odin is down. Another pick from Instinct coming through. Hollywood with a response quickly, though. Instinct, oh, he doesn't know who to shoot. He goes back and forth, cannot get anybody. Hollywood on 5 HP. JP, the only member left standing for St. Clair. A 3v1 now. This is an absolute nightmare situation for St. Clair. You squandered your lead. Winthrop leading in overtime now after uncharacteristic misses from Instinct. Tough. Now is the time to respond.
Such a massive mid-fight coming in from all facets. Taiga himself being able to dodge that breach stun, able to find that kill onto Case. I thought St. Clair would be up in this situation, but Hollywood just doing the absolute most, finding those 2 kills onto Tillo and Seth. Just doing the absolute most by himself. Now we see St. Clair on the defense. More of the same for St. Clair. Playing it a little slower, but Winthrop changing it up a bit, getting this Sova drone out really early. They don't want St. Clair to get any util out towards this B site. Shock dart coming through, breaking JP's trip. Tillo himself being ahead of everything. JP and Taiga finding 1 kill respectively. Neat finding the trade. Taiga still on this backside, protecting it like his life depends on it. Neat finding those kills onto Taiga. 2 onto Instinct. Tillo by himself is able to end the round, and we are going to a second round of overtime. 13-13 is our score. Now, what will St. Clair change as we go to their next attack round? What will Winthrop change in their defense? We saw that heavy mid-fight on both sides coming through. Winthrop coming out on top, yes, but only by the Herculean efforts of Hollywood.
You don't want to see too much aggression, because this is the absolute worst time to mess up and screw up, as now these rounds only get bigger from here on out. St. Clair once again with an opportunity to take
a dominant lead right now. They are fighting for their lives, as is Winthrop. Slowly making their way through lobby. The two members of Winthrop waiting in the wings, but that pick from Instinct is going to initiate that first fight. Echo falling down. Gonna give St. Clair an opportunity to grant more space. They are slowly making their way forward, as now it's all up to Neat to defend this A site as the cavalry makes its way back to the site. St. Clair slowly making their way forward, trying to shoot through the smoke, can't find anybody, but there's Case working with that Odin. You know he's just gonna lay it down, get that fire going. St. Clair now, what can they do?
So extremely well played by St. Clair, opting to pause here. They heard that Odin at the start of the round. Taiga himself trying to get onto this off angle. Might be able to find this kill onto Hollywood, just hopping around by himself. Wide swing! Hollywood finds two onto Taiga and Instinct. JP getting the trade instantly, but 3v3 situation for St. Clair when they were on the top foot. JP finding that one kill onto Neat, is not able to get the spray transfer on Skypoof. Seth and Tillo having to do the absolute most. Time. 5 seconds left. Tillo by himself is forced to stick the bomb here. As Case slides in with the Odin, is able to find the kill. 14-13.
So close, but Tillo running out of time. Didn't have enough time to get the spike down, but still not over yet. Winthrop still needing another one to get it done. St. Clair, an opportunity to stave off this attack, but I mean, look at this. The last 5 out of the 6 rounds have gone the way of Winthrop. They've found second life. They found their second win, and St. Clair needs to stop this now. Every round this continues, the stakes continue to get higher and higher for both sides. It's really going to come down to who secures this opening pick, who's going to make the big play and step up and be a hero.
JP with this operator walking out towards mid, but Seth being left on an island by himself, has to switch targets, is able to find the flick onto Skypoof, gets traded out immediately by Neat, but gives the information to his team. No smokes on the side of St. Clair, but still a lot of util being expended by Winthrop, having to clear this site diligently, having to do the absolute most. JP himself sitting here, tap coming through, unorthodox plant spot, leaving Taiga's salvos nigh useless. St. Clair having to try and retake as best as they can. See JP lurking up with his teammates. All 4 coming through main. This breach being left alone, so dangerous for St. Clair. Could do so much with his flashes, so much with his stuns. Instinct jumping on top of Echo's head. St. Clair made this so winnable for themselves. JP with the first shot. Taiga swinging into Case's bullets. Case just firing constantly. Instinct finds the trade. Neat on that off angle. Tillo is not able to find, and St. Clair, heartbreaking loss. Amazing trades coming through main, and Tillo trying to be that late backstab that St. Clair needed, but just barely missing out on the win. And that is Winthrop winning 15-13 on a banger of a map 3.
Man, you talked about it. I mean, it was a banger after all, but fortunately not the result that we were hoping for, gentlemen. I mean, we were just watching with bated breath the entire time.
I want to say we were standing.
Yeah, actually, that's
like
a bit
on
more
our
accurate,
chairs for about the last, 8-9 rounds?
Probably, yeah. Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Like, that was absolutely insane. Again, congratulations to Winthrop on the win. St. Clair, what do you want me to say? That I'm disappointed? That I'm mad? No. That is easily the worst thing that you could have anyone say if they looked at this game and watched this one fully through. So proud of what this team did and were able to push, and you just gotta get them next time. That's it. But, man, you cannot say that they didn't put up just an insane effort, a Herculean effort. I mean, look at this, man. It's just so unfortunate, but sometimes the Odin spam, it's just too much when you literally need to go into it. It's tough. It's a tough scenario, but you got to give kudos to Chase. He recognizes the situation he's in, and he knows that if he just sits there, he can spam that Odin through that corner, and eventually, just based off of time, because St. Clair needs to do that retake, because he knows where Instinct's positioning is, he knows at minimum there's going to be one, probably two as well, because you usually want to double up in that scenario. So he plays it absolutely perfectly. But man, just covering that one play would not be enough. There are so many different avenues we could go here, right? The elbow play where the Neon ults, Chase ults, and immediately gets blinded from Seth, who's assisting Instinct. Near with a shot, he pulls back, the raise nade gets rid of him. I mean, beautiful plays down there. Taiga, the 1v1 to literally send us to OT. Tillo, the 1v2 over on B to even keep us afloat at the time being. I know I'm missing so many other plays. JP, a 4K out of literally nowhere to keep us going when we've given up the past 5 rounds in a row to Winthrop on a hold that, you know, again, St. Clair, in an area where they struggle to close out. It's unfortunate, but they did have the advantage, and it's tough, but you just got to give credit where credit's due. Winthrop, what a way to rally back.
Oh, no, it
100%.
absolutely was. I mean, sorry to...
You.
Yeah, unfortunately, this does continue to reinforce certain narratives about not being able to close it out. But, I mean, it's not even that. I mean, that was just a
This
hell
is
of a
more than
performance
this.
from
This is
Winthrop.
more
No,
than that
that's-
at this point.
That's more than that. I mean, that was
Yep.
just great performance on either side. I mean, like you said, you could look back on so many moments and say, like, oh, like if this was done differently, like maybe there would have been a different result. But at the end of the day, the better team just won. And that's what we saw. That's what it came down to, is the better team ended up winning. And it came down to those contact plays, right? That final play, the Odin 2K, the double, that was the difference maker, right? Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, when you go back and watch it, like I was saying, as soon as I saw Winthrop in the position they were in on the post plant, I was like, oh, they're cooked. Like, they're done. You know, that was just such a tough site to retake, especially with the limited util that you have. But here we go. Like, this is the stats. We'll break it down. Instinct, hell of a game from Instinct, but not enough to get the win. Everybody on the side of St. Clair with a great performance. On the side of Winthrop, Hollywood once again, that big star. Neat as well, matching him in terms of kills. Case, Skypoof, Echo, rattling it down the list there. I mean, said just incredible series on all sides, all facets. Just, we'll be looking at this one for a while, I think.
Yeah.
I think, in my opinion, St. Clair played the best that I've seen them in a really long time.
Easily.
And
So proactive.
so proactive. That entire series, so much being done. Even if they're freezing, they're having a reason for why they're freezing. It just felt like there was more intentionality today, which I absolutely love. That goes to show that their practice from last week and the time that they put in after the Division 1 game against Winthrop, they're growing exponentially. And even though they ended up losing the match, they made it close. 11-13 on Winthrop's map pick, 13-4 on your own map pick, and 15-13 OT on the decider map.
I mean, barring the result, it's literally everything you would have ever wanted.
Yeah, they showed their practice, they showed their skill, and they showed they can contend with this Winthrop roster.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a very professional, and I like the way you said it. Like, it was a much more mature-looking team, almost, you know, not getting upset or getting tilted when, you know, these big moments don't necessarily go your way. Like, that shows a lot of growth coming through this team. And, yeah, that was their best performance easily of the entire season. And hopefully they can tap into that next week, because you have another tough matchup with Maryville on tap. But some final thoughts, guys. I mean, just insane all around. I'm really proud of what the team was able to do tonight. Obviously, it was not the result that we were hoping for, but it was gutsy, it was resilient, and it was a gritty performance, and I think that's something you can hang your hat on. Really, really solid stuff.
All I want to say is I called the map 3. You both called the 2-0. I called the map 3.
Hey, man.
Hey.
You had the script, clearly, and it was a good script, so thank you for making that script. But, yeah, no, like you said, you got that one in full. It was, like I said, much better than what we were expecting today. I'm really proud of them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Lello made the script, and because Lello made the script, that's why St. Clair lost. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not just kidding.
Whoa, I read the script upside down.
He wrote, listen, brother, you wrote a very good script. I honestly, just final words in all seriousness for St. Clair. Yeah, if you play like this every week, man, you're going places. That record ain't going to stay negative for long. You're 2-3 in NACE right now. I'm telling you right now, you play like that every week, that is not going to be the end result. Tough matchup next week against Maryville. You already pointed that out. But for us here at the desk, that is going to do it. I want to thank Evan, Lello for being here with me, Patrick Smoke Chambers. It was an insane day today. Just recapping, Rocket League went to a Game 5. I
forgot we did Rocket League.
Yeah,
earlier.
you almost want to forget that we.
Man,
yeah, no, like
seems so long
honestly,
ago.
I was sitting there and I was like, man, I don't even remember Rocket League. But yes, Game 5 series against Concord, and then I can actually report that they then, I believe, 3-1'd Cumberland. So they did get a little bit of get back at the very least. But again, Valorant, a real nail biter, a real tear jerker. But from all of us, we want to just thank the prod room as well. So again, there are a lot of people working back there today, but I'm going to try to name them off anyway. I think prod's going to help me in my room as well. So I want to thank Hayden, Owen, Carl, Wyatt, MJ, Adam, Garrett in the observer room, and Adrian as well, who is managing our C stream at the time being as well. So thank you all for all the work that you put in. The LeBron of St. Clair and my prod singing in the back room. I mean, it looks good as well, apparently. So there you go. I mean, hey, you know what? Not gonna comment any further on that, but Adrian, appreciate you. Shout out. And we want to give a special shout out as well to all of our sponsors. We want to thank the SRC, the SCC Alumni Association, Tim Hortons, Subway, Alienware, Onezo, and also Pre-Fire for all that you do. And special shout out as well for a event that's coming up as well. Stay posted on our Twitter. Watch for any of those posts coming out. But we have a Land of the Dead that is coming out on October 31st on Halloween. So everybody, please go check thestart.gg if you can. Sign up. Try to stay posted on Twitter for any social media posts about that one, and make your way down here because we really do have a beautiful facility that we would really love to experience with all of you down here. But I was going to say, I think for all of us, that's going to be it on the desk. So thank you to the fans, thank you for the players, and thank you everyone for watching. We will catch you later.
Freud. I'll take it. I'm a good shot.
So much. One enemy remaining.
That's
One enemy remaining.
stay down.
One enemy remaining. Clutch. Down B. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Spike down. Last. One enemy.
But you can always be sure the angel of God is present wherever his children are.
Amateur.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Back up. One enemy remaining. remaining.
Poison's off.
Clutch.
You only.
Spike down. C. One enemy remaining. C. Last player standing. 10 seconds left.
Here. Poison's gone.
One enemy remaining.
Down. Bad move.
One enemy remaining. So funny.
Turret destroyed.
Nerd. Down.
One enemy remaining.
Go, go.
Spike down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Shot dart. Back to work.
Clutch.
Gotta go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last one enemy remaining.
Go, go, go.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Enemy down. Put down.
Destroyed. I'll take it. I'm a good shot.
So much. One enemy remaining.
That's
One enemy remaining.
Shocking.
stay down.
One enemy remaining. Clutch. Down B. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Spike down. Last. One enemy.
Amateur.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Back up.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Poison's off.
Clutch.
You only.
Spike down. C. One enemy remaining. C. Last player standing. 10 seconds left.
Here. Poison's gone.
One enemy remaining.
Down. Bad move.
One enemy remaining.
So funny. Turret destroyed.
Nerd. Down.
One enemy remaining.
Go, go.
Spike down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Shot dart. Back to work.
Clutch.